Good afternoon, everybody. The Eagle has landed. President Trump just landed seconds ago in Anchorage, Alaska. We are waiting for the president to come out of Air Force One, and they've got the red carpet rolled out both for he and Mr. Putin, President Putin. So this could be quite the day. Not sure how it's going to go. We don't know how it's going to end. Don't even know how long it's going to last. So from what I understand, and we've got Monica Page coming up at 3 p.m. She'll be on at 3 p.m. so we can ask her what she knows any further. From what I understand, he's going to get off the plane. They're going to have, the red carpet. I'm not sure if they're going to give a few remarks right now. They may give some remarks right now. And then after they give those remarks, then they're going into a closed door session. And when I say closed door, I mean closed door. There's not going to be any press in there. It's going to be President Trump, Putin, and a couple interpreters, maybe some people from the team, and that's it. It's going to be closed down, and they're going to talk. I've heard estimates as long as 6 hours. So we don't know. No, I will not be live for 6 hours. So what we're going to do is we're going to cover this. I've got some news for you. We'll take the news. And then we'll also have the interview with Monica Page. I know you guys love Monica, and we'll do that. And then depending on how it goes, we're going to get the information, given to us that, hey, it's either, white smoke or black smoke, and that they've come to some sort of an arrangement. And if that happens, then they're going to do another press conference. They already have the press conference room set up. They're just wondering, is it actually going to take place? So things will be very, very fluid. In fact, so fluid that what I may do is after this show, I say show because we don't know how long it's going to go. After this show is done, we may leave the feed up and let just the feed run until we find out what's going to happen. So in that regards, if trying to plan in advance what is going to happen. So we'll leave the feed up, and then if they come back out, I'll put up a notification on Twitter/X and tell everybody, come on back in, they're going to talk. So that's what we know thus far. That's where we are. And anything could be happening, waiting for the president to come off right now off of Air Force One. So this is live, in case anybody is wondering. This is a live feed that you're seeing. And so it's not Memorex, it's actually happening right now. This is Air Force One. Here's a full view if you want to see it. Here's Air Force One. That's the same view I have. I just muting the sound for right now so you guys don't get drowned out with airplane information. But the feeds are working, my board's working. As long as we're ready, we are ready to do something. So I'm not going to get into my show yet until such time we figure out what the heck is going on here. Then we'll know where we're going with this whole thing. And I don't even want to cut away because I'm not sure what President Trump's going to do. If they did the pullback shot, you would see they've got a beautiful podium ready. I mean, it says, what does it say? I forget, but it's got two or three stealth bombers or fighter jets sitting there, and it's an elevated podium. I think it says Alaska 2025. It's beautiful. So it's not raining. I don't know what the weather's like, but we shall see what is happening. So thank you for tuning in. I know you probably have plenty of options today. There's no shortage of people who are covering this event. So I thank you for tuning in here. While that's going, let's go ahead and take some comments. Let's see here. It's YouTube suppressing patriots. Not sure what that means. Yeah, okay. It says Alaska 2025 when you see the full pullout. It's very, very nice. Zelensky is with Soros. Wait a minute. I'm getting a text from somebody. I'll check that in a second. Pullback. A lot of that today in the S&P. Pullback after a humongous day yesterday. It's Friday. Yes, lots of protesting going on in Anchorage right now. Between the protesting against peace, understand these people are protesting against peace. Putin and Trump are talking. They're not going to do the deal. He's saying, hey, what do you want? And then he's going to go back, and then they're going to have a trilateral meeting with all three parties. So they're not usurping peace. They just, let me talk to you. It's sort of like a divorce attorney. Hey, look, before we get together and talk, let me find out what she wants. All right, now let me tell you what she wants, and then I'll go back and tell her what you want. And then the three people get together. Now, hopefully, they can come to some agreement. And that agreement, in order for it to be really a good agreement, is going to be painful to both of them. Understand, for these two people, these two guys, Zelensky and Putin, for them to agree, you're not going to get everything you want. Okay? Seriously, what's your bottom line here? Well, I need to have the eastern part of Ukraine. All right. Zelensky, what do you want? Well, I want this, and lots of money. That's what I really want, because we know that's what he wants, because he's going to be gone. Because I've heard through the grapevine here that part of what Zelensky is going to want or rather what Putin and Trump are going to want, is something to do with they have to hold an election. And if they hold the election, Zelensky's gone and he knows it, so he may say, you know what, I'm done, and just pay me off. SV just hit me with some breaking news. All right, so I just told you who would be in the room. The breaking news is this, that Trump will now be joined in the room with Marco and Steve Witkoff. Interesting. Marco and Steve Witkoff. All right, so Steve Witkoff, who is obviously the negotiator, he's going to be in the meeting with these guys. Of course, I would expect Marco Rubio at some point to have been brought in, so I'm not surprised at that. But I am surprised with Steve Witkoff. Steve Witkoff is known as a great negotiator. The only person who I think is probably a better negotiator is Trump himself. But the fact that he's bringing in Witkoff tells you they may have something. There might be something. You know, personally, can I give you a little inside news here? My inside baseball here, just me. I got no substantiation, just my knowledge of Trump. My knowledge of Trump tells me the deal's already been made. There is no way this guy flew halfway across the country, or actually all the way across the country, because Washington's on the East Coast here, flew all the way across the country to go meet with this guy for 6 or 7 hours, to turn around and fly back without having some sort of an idea he has the possibility of getting something done. You could have said Witkoff and Rubio. There's a reason why. Number two, Putin came all the way from Russia, over the straits up there, and he decided to come to the United States. When you bring two parties to the table like that, there has to be some strong motivation for both parties to want to sit at that table. So I think we're close. Now, here's the big part of this. If indeed these guys with the other little guy can cut a deal, I hope you know and realize at this point what that means. Because in my estimation, it's the end of the deep state. That's the only reason I think this war is still going on, because the deep state is clawing because of everything that Ukraine means to them. But they've had enough time to get their money out of there. That might be the most important thing. Whatever they stole, they got out. But this is their last hold. This means everything to the Democrats, everything to the global elites, everything to the NATO nuts. If they're able to cut this deal and finalize it, number one, make sure you got your money in order, because and then right around the corner, you've got the interest rate drop. So there's so much on this right now. And everybody in the world, not the United States, not the Ukraine, every leader in the world is sitting back going, what? Okay, let's see what happens. All right, once again, this is live, and there is no movement as of yet. So what can that tell you? Well, that could tell you at this point that he's on the phone. that there's something happening behind the scenes. He's not sitting there having lunch, a late lunch, and like, excuse me, I'll get out there when I'm done. No, there's something going on right now. It's not security related. They're at an Air Force base, American Air Force base. So he's on the phone. There's something going on. If Nick Sorter just posted that said Steve Witkoff is going to be in the meeting, that tells you things are moving fluidly right now. So let's go ahead and turn the comments on so I can look at the screen and with you and see when something happens. Let me see if Nick has posted anything else. But it's just a shame there are so many people rooting against this. Think about that. You know, I can start rolling my show. I've got some stuff. But I've been doing my research before today's show, and it's kind of weird. Kind of weird how many people, mostly on the left, some who say they're on the right, are rooting against everything. I've got Pam Bondi's interview with Sean Hannity queued up. I have Kash Patel's interview with Pam Bondi queued up. And in the interim, while this is going on, let me show you something that happened in case you didn't see it just not too long ago. While that's doing that, where is this? Hold on. All right. So I'm just going to go off screen for a second. Breaking, President Trump is deploying over 4,000 U.S. Marines and sailors to the waters around Latin America to go after the cartels, per CNN. No more playing games. The cartels will soon meet the might of the United States Armed Forces. That's huge. They're going after the cartels. He said, I'm going to stop the cartels. We're ever going to stop them. And that also, like Ukraine, is a money laundering scheme for many in the global elite, including some people here in the United States. So now he's taken apart USAID, and now he's going to go after the cartels. He's squeezing everything, pulling all levers to get what he needs done. In addition, for all those people out there, all the panicans, all of them who say Pam Bondi's not doing anything, nothing's happening. Now I had posted something earlier about her being possibly 23-0. Now she's like 24-0. And when I say 24-0, they are appealing every one of these stupid district court judges and all these little temporary restraining orders that they're doing. And every single time they've gone to the appellate level, they've been tossed out. They're winning. They're constantly winning. She is obviously doing something. Breaking now. Okay, so this was the first story. Trump went on appeal with D.C. Circuit vacating the preliminary injunction. So they tried to stop him from, and this one was firing, dismantling the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which was Liz Warren's pet cow, where she got a lot of her cash and how they twisted the arms of many corporations. So they sued, and it's over. You can't do it. And now, because they lost, they're not going to stop there. Now they've filed for what's called an en banc appeal, meaning they don't like what the appellate judge just did, so now they want the entire appellate court of 9 people to rule in. It was a 2-1 decision. They didn't like it. Now they're doing another appeal, trying to get somebody to stop Trump from stopping the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB, which was one of Liz Warren's pet projects, which she pocketed a lot of money. Next up, I don't want to show that yet till I get there. Maybe I should just start, because I don't know what's going on, and we have Monica in 15 minutes, and hopefully they come out before she comes on. Ashley, if you're watching, we're going to have to hold her if they're still sitting on the tarmac. But I want to show you. Wait a minute, SV just sent me something else. Hold on, hold the thing. What do you got, SV? Okay, so he says that an Ilyushin Tu-96 with the Russian Special Air Squadron and carrying President Putin is preparing to land at Joint Base Elmendorf in Richardson. All right, so that means that now that's probably what they were waiting for. Putin hadn't landed yet, and so he should be landing anytime soon, and maybe we'll get some video of that as well. But as of right now, we're on a holding pattern, so we can keep going. All right, so what I wanted to tell you was, it blinked for a second, so I thought something was happening. Let me check another feed. Nope, everybody's pretty much on hold right now. So this would happen. This thing was pretty interesting to let you know how bad the Democrats are getting spanked. Those of you who were with me last night, thank you. I showed you a lot of how Newsom got embarrassed, how Karen Bass got embarrassed. Everything they're doing at this point is against the idea that America can be good. They're worried about newcomers. They don't want the crime cleaned up. They absolutely do not want the crime cleaned up. I'm going to show you in a little while. They're suing to stop Trump. I mean, they actually took a lawsuit to take it to court to stop Trump from cleaning up the place. Doesn't make any sense. And I got a whole lot of video with that. But this one here just shows you how much they hate this country. And this was from yesterday. If Democrats want to completely restructure the American government so that they don't have to modify their views to retake power, why shouldn't we completely restructure the American government to permanently exclude them from power? This is from the New York Times. The New York flippin' Times. Abolish the Senate, end the Electoral College, and pack the court. They're playing for keeps. I don't know what the hell's going on in Texas. I don't know why they haven't just vacated those seats and thrown those people out and got the job done. But still, Abbott's regaveling every couple of days or whatever, trying to make sure that things are still as they are. Let me cut back here. So nothing as of yet, as you can see. But it doesn't make any sense what these people are doing. Nothing makes any sense. Which makes you sit back and say, you have to, as an adult, say to yourself, these people really do want anarchy. These are the same people who did the sit-ins in the 60s. These are people that John Lennon, they made songs, give peace a chance. And they want anything but peace. Whether it be international like what we're seeing right now, or here domestically in Washington. They don't want peace. They want anarchy. They want chaos. They're living for it. They want the overthrow of America. Doesn't make any sense, man. When we sit back and think about it, you're like, what is wrong with these people? And I'm so sick of seeing the pontification that's happening in the studios. The studios where they are guarded and they have no worries of anything happening. But they don't go out and talk to the actual people in the street. The people who live there, who keep putting up videos going, man, I ain't never seen nothing like this. I'm going to show them to you, but I don't want to start until we figure out what's going to go on here. Human life seemingly means nothing to Dems. They don't care about babies, as you know. Nothing makes any sense to the Democrats. I really believe Newsom thinks he's going to be the next president. After yesterday, and people saw that he was basically eviscerated, I don't know how he can do it. I really don't know how he can continue to keep up the charade that he has any chance whatsoever. There was another person who put a video out and said, have you been to Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco lately? Used to be an amazing place. Not anymore. It's all closed down. Amazing. They are begging for another Kent State. Yep. No peace puts money in Democrats' pocket. Yeah, exactly. I think Abbott waits a bit too long to respond to some events, getting opinions from others maybe on how he should respond. Pull the Band-Aid, pull the pin, do whatever you need to do, worry about it later. Just go for it. Stop trying to gauge where things are. Just go for it. Every day, my famous last words, what is wrong with these people? It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. Cowards, mostly Democrats, but some real snaky rhinos as well. Praying for the safety of our best president ever. I had posted something that Franklin Graham. I almost said Billy. I'm like, I know it's not Billy. Franklin Graham posted, and he was leading the nation in prayer because of what this actually means. It's so big. And I think some people think, well, it's just Russia and Ukraine. It's not like we're not in the war. No, what it means for this country. What it means for this country, for this war to stop, is that so much of what President Trump is doing. In fact, I don't know if she was BSing, but Hillary Clinton came out and said if he can get in to stop this, yeah, we should nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize. Hillary said that? Yeah, she said that. Barry, they're doing stuff to kids. Yep. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. There's nobody who can get me off that. I absolutely believe that. Barry, do you believe that the DOJ will investigate all the people who supposedly took themselves out who were associated with the Clintons and the Obamas? Well, as you know, murder has no statute of limitations. However, there are witnesses who are no longer here. How do you prove what you can't? There's nothing to investigate. I'm sure they'll try. I'm sure many people have probably looked into it, except for the media. But, I mean, there's nothing there. There's not even any evidence. Everyone talks about it, but yeah, Vince Foster shot himself in the back of the head twice. Even if you look at the autopsy or something like that, you don't have anything to charge. And so, unfortunately, if she was involved in some of this stuff, there's no way to go back unless you got someone who's willing to come out. I mean, yeah, if you had some good evidence, I don't think we got one. Trump should be a shoo-in for the Nobel Peace Prize. I have an uncle in the blue Kool-Aid pool. Also, it's mental illness. I would never say that about your uncle, but they have seemingly taken advantage of many, many, many people. It's sad. It's absolutely sad. Okay, Monica's coming up in 10 minutes, so I'm going to have to do some finagling here. Ashley, I don't know if we need to bump her or do we interrupt her during the show. Well, ooh, that's some big news. A staggering $520 million in suspected fraudulent pandemic-era unemployment insurance payments have been returned to the state of Maryland with the help of President Trump's leadership. Wow. I believe that this is one of the most important things that's happening. It's very important. Very important. I can't read all the with President Trump and Putin. In my opinion, there are not a bigger deal going on. Nope, this is the big kahuna right here. 4 to 6% of the Democrats are gone forever, maybe even higher. I'll show you a video. It's pretty funny once I get to doing my part of the show. But there's a black woman who's like, I don't even like him. I don't even like Trump. But damn. Whew, I can't believe what I'm doing here. I can't believe what we're seeing here. And that's a common refrain from some of the people in Washington. These are younger people, 20, 22, 23. We saw the older guy who was retired from the UPS, but there's a lot of people going, I've never seen this in my life. Imagine that. Imagine living in an area where you haven't seen any of this your entire life. You're used to hearing nothing but pop, 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 pop at night. And sirens. And then one night go, what's wrong, honey? I don't hear anything. You imagine? We can't. We don't live that kind of life. But imagine every single night, all you hear is sirens and pop, 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 pop. And you're literally sitting like you're in Iraq. And then one night, you don't hear anything. Like, whoa. Then the second night, you don't hear anything. And you're like, wait a second. Did he really clean this up in 2 days? 2 days. Now I think today's third. Let's see what happens this weekend. It's first weekend of the safety. The first weekend of safety has hit Washington, D.C. Let's see how things go over the weekend. Man, I'm telling you, if people have a good time, if they can have barbecues and they have fun and they're out and they're walking along the Potomac and nothing's happening, oh, they're never going back. They're never, ever going to go back. Nobody alive has even seen a president as good as President Trump. I agree. It's been a long time since a president knew what they were doing. I think we can also say it's probably been a long time since a president wasn't controlled. Because now, as you have to ask, I ask myself at this point, we know what President Trump went through in his first term and how they surrounded him with snakes so he couldn't do anything. So you have to imagine, over the last couple decades, these snakes have surrounded other presidents and threatened other presidents and said, we're going to do this, we're going to do that if you don't do what we say. They didn't just decide they were going to do it to President Trump. Remember, Reagan got shot. They tried to attack Reagan. That's how long it's been going on. And I don't know where they get these patsies to do this stuff. Remember the guy who shot Reagan? Just some nut. The guy who shot RFK. The guy who supposedly shot Kennedy. The guy who shot Martin Luther King. Where are they getting these people? That's why I became a student of MK Ultra. I'm like, he was just a quiet guy. How many times do we have to hear, he was just a quiet guy? Well, what happened to him? What happened to these quiet people? What happened to this guy who climbed the roof in Butler and nobody seemed to know who he was, just some outcast kid? What? Where are these things happening? And the only thing I can keep coming back to is I pull the tinfoil hat down and I say to myself, maybe this crap we've been hearing about is actually real. They just switched to, I don't have to tell you, you can see it. They just switched the feed to Putin coming in now. So both big bosses are at the airport. Let's see what other movement we have. I would turn on the volume, but all it's going to be is hiss from the airplanes. Hold on. Can barely hear anything. So I don't know if those people in the black SUVs there are United States protection or if they're part of the Putin entourage. They seem to look like, I don't recognize any of them, so they may be with Putin, but now we have Putin on the ground as well. So it won't be long for whatever is happening. We can probably, if Monica is here, we can probably squeeze her in because of the fact of by the time he's off his jet, has it parked, we'll be able to see if something is happening. Let's see here. Petition to cast Gavin Newsom at the next Joker. Oh my God, that's funny. Hinckley was another Hawaii. Hinckley, wasn't he? Hinckley wasn't that Lennon? John Lennon? I thought that. Oh no, Hinckley was Reagan's guy, right? I think one of the two. Manchurian candidate. Yeah, when nothing makes sense, the other stuff that they tell us that we're tinfoil hats, you have to start looking at that. Like, just a quiet guy. He was just a guy. Like, this common denominator of just some lone dude doesn't make any sense. You have to wonder where Robert Ludlum got the idea for the Bourne Identity and all this kind of stuff. And the movie with what's his name? Charles Bronson, Telephone. That was another one. Like, how did he just make this stuff up? I don't know if you guys ever seen that movie, Telephone. That scared the hell out of me. Fox News showing Putin's plane arriving. Really? Really? Fox News is showing Putin's plane arriving, Barry. Come on, people. Oh, gosh, that's too funny. Really? I didn't know that. One of Papa Bush's non-political sons was real close buddies with Hinckley. Interesting. took the day off of work, needed some rest. Doctor on Monday. Hope everything's going okay to find out what's going on. Good to see everyone. Oh, Monica's here. So let me jump and take Monica real quick. And what I'll do is I'll have I can't do a split screen because she and I are in a split screen, but when they start, well, I'll stop talking. Let me get to Monica so she can tell us what the hell she knows out in Washington, D.C., while they're all waiting to deplane and do everything. All right, because she's on a tight time frame. Let me just make sure. Monica, can you hear me?
Hi, Barry. I gotcha. How are you?
Good. I'm just watching. We are just watching Putin's plane land in Alaska, and we just watched Air Force One is just sitting there waiting, so nothing is happening. So I'm looking at you're at the White House. I'm surprised you're not up in Alaska.
I know, so am I. I would have loved to have gone to Alaska, but that flight is just way too long. That is just brutal. And there's no guarantee that we would have gotten access, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
I'm still glad to have such a beautiful backdrop, and it's a beautiful day. So.
So what's on tap for today? Everybody's saying all different things. From what you're hearing in the pool, and you always post a schedule, what's about to happen? So they're going to have a initial talk, and then they're going to. Well, you tell me what's going on.
So from what I understand, the two will eventually meet there on that tarmac as they both arrive, which by the way, I got chills when Air Force One pulled up. That thing is a monster. That is a beast of an aircraft. But essentially, it'll be a three-on-three meeting. So President Trump will be joined by Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio. So it's not going to be one-on-one anymore. And Russian President Putin will also have two of his other members with him from the Russian Federation. So it won't be one-on-one anymore. It's going to be three-on-three, which is a positive sign for me,
Yeah. Hmm.
especially with Witkoff and Rubio there. Like
Hmm.
those are some of President Trump's two top key players
Hmm.
in making a deal, especially abroad, especially with this war. So definitely something to keep an eye on with that. And then immediately after, I don't know how long this is going to go
Yeah.
on for. This seems like it's going to be a long meeting. They've got a
Hmm.
lot to talk about. And this, if President Trump could pull this off, this would be one of the greatest of
Yeah.
many greatest accomplishments of his entire term, maybe even considering the first term as well. And he's going to call Zelensky on the phone after it's all
Hmm.
over and talk to some of the members of the EU as well. So there's a lot the president is going to take into consideration, especially considering is Putin that serious
Yeah.
about instilling peace? Because
Yeah.
it's got to come from both sides.
And so this thing I've heard may last 5, 6 hours. And I just saw they did a cutaway to the actual press conference room. So are they talking about a press conference our time at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock tonight?
I think, I mean, the president is supposed to be departing 5 p.m. Alaska time, which is what, 10 p.m. our
Yeah,
time, I
yeah.
believe, Eastern time. So that sounds very likely that it's going to be in the evening. After this three-on-three meeting happens, I'm sure the two will come out and kind of discuss what they planned on speaking about, planned on for the future of this war, whatever that looks like, and take probably a lot of questions from both the Russian and American press.
Yeah.
So there's just a lot on the table, especially since this meeting could open the door to a second meeting. And the
Yeah.
president's been very transparent about that. He says this second meeting is going to hold a lot more weight than this first one.
And so we're all going to be on standby wondering what's the next thing that's happening. So
Yeah.
it's pretty crazy. So changing gears while they're getting ready to unload the plane, that neither one have gotten off the plane yet, as I can see. You're in Washington D.C. You live there. You're recently married, so you and your husband together. What's life like today in Washington?
I will say it's a lot quieter than it was just a couple of years ago, that's for sure. I believe that they've deployed about 800 National Guard troops here on the ground. A lot of them have been doing a lot of incredible things at night. Actually, we just got the crime statistics from just last night. They made 33 arrests.
Wow.
15 of those arrests were illegal aliens. One of them
Wow.
was a Chinese illegal alien. They've apprehended or seized about eight illegal firearms. And so they're really cleaning up. On top of that, they're also conducting mass deportations. They're hitting about 14 to 1600 mass deportations
Wow.
per day at this point. So they're really on a roll here between crime, homelessness, deportations, you name it. This city has really been amped up for sure.
Why are your liberal associates fighting this so hard, in your estimation?
What's really interesting is that the dynamic, like these people think this is a hyper militarization, this
Hmm.
is over policing. But in reality, this is exactly what DC needs and
Hmm.
what plenty other cities, deep blue cities, need as well. If you look at the statistics, we have had 101 homicides since 2025 even started. We have 15,000, oh, more than 15,000 crimes in the year 2024. That's
Wow.
down 1,000 from 2023. And these people say, oh, but crime is down, 30-year low. Okay, just because it's down doesn't mean it's not happening. There's still I believe the number is about over 40 young kids under the age of 20 that have been killed this year alone. And these are in small pocket neighborhoods around DC. Some of the worst areas, from my knowledge, down by Navy Yard, where the Washington Nationals
Hmm.
play, up by Howard University, where
Hmm.
Kamala Harris went to college. That whole U Street strip is just, it's terrible. I have been there. It is, I would never go again, whether in broad daylight
Oh,
or at night, not at all. And what these people don't understand is that this isn't like a military takeover. That's not
right.
what we're seeing at all. They're just making sure that families can thrive here, that young academic, scholars can
Yeah.
thrive here and go to walk to class, walk to, a restaurant if they'd like to, without feeling like they have to have their heads on a swivel, especially for young women like me who are, it's not safe in DC. Let's
Yeah.
be real. And I don't really know where the misinformation is coming from regarding the crime. I don't know where they're pulling these numbers out of.
Well,
But they like to say it's a 30-year low, and it's not. It's still happening.
and they're not talking to the locals. Every time I turn
No.
on CNN or MSNBC, it's them in some studio, maybe not even in Washington, talking
Hmm.
about what life is like on the street. And I'm like, none of you are actually on the street. And who was I watching? Somebody from Lindell TV had a remote camera, and they were out there talking to people in the park. And I'm thinking,
Hmm.
why wouldn't these big networks just go out there? Why wouldn't they just go into the street and see what the maneuvers are and what the operation is? I mean, do you have any plans to take your Turning Point crew out there from front lines to do any like on the street type reporting?
Yeah, it's actually really low hanging fruit. I mean, there's people out here all the time. But I was actually out here, I'd say 2 days ago. I went around the White House, circulated the White House a number of times. Didn't see any National Guard or any sort of three-letter agency group vehicles out here at all.
Hmm.
It's very hard to actually find somebody who lives here in DC because everyone's either a visitor or a tourist,
Hmm.
and they can't speak to the crime right here in DC. So I ended up going to Navy Yard, which apparently is not the best area by
Yeah.
where Washington Nationals play, and people didn't want to talk about it. It's almost like out of sight, out of mind. They actually just didn't even want to even look at crime and say that it's a problem, which is
Wow.
interesting. But the people that I have heard and have seen videos of, they're completely right. I think I'm
Hmm.
going to go back into the old neighborhood that I used to live in and speak to people out there because that neighborhood is definitely not the best. It actually got a lot worse since I had moved here.
Hmm.
So I'm definitely want to see what the mood is on the ground over there.
I
But
was.
and when it comes to homelessness too, Barry, like this is a whole other problem that
Mhm.
the mainstream media isn't even touching upon. Like this administration is finally enforcing pre-existing laws.
Yeah.
Like how about you take the homeless people, put them into rehab centers and facilities to get them better, to make them, people of society again. And the left sees this as an attack on homelessness, an attack on those who are less fortunate. That's not it at all. We were trying to help them. But
Yeah.
of course, because it's this administration, people will always find a reason to complain about it.
Has anybody or you or anybody else been talking about why did Muriel Bowser just decide to take off and go to Martha's Vineyard?
Mira Bowser hasn't been doing anything. I think the best thing that she's done was probably agree to change Black Lives Matter back to like what it used to be before 2020. That's probably the only thing that I can even think of in recent memory that she's done. But I really appreciate her taking a total step back and just letting this administration do what it needs to do to keep her city safe because she won't do it herself. But she does have that DEI police chief who doesn't know what a chain of command is, which is
That was bad.
hysterical. Keep
That
her far away from me.
Well, she with the Washington D.C. Attorney, they filed
Mhm.
lawsuit today to get Trump and all the different agencies out of Washington, and they've got the case before yet another Obama Biden judge. So I'm expecting within the next few hours or by Monday, there's
Mhm.
going to be some sort of TRO saying you got to remove everybody. What happens in that instance? Just a complete ignore it and just let her go pound sand?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great option. But I believe that this administration has the police here for since for about 30 days, I'd
Yeah.
say, unless they want to extend it. But 30 days sounds like a great amount of time, but I would love to see it extended I mean, every summer it'd be a great idea to have the police or an extra police force here. Usually in the wintertime, this place gets pretty quiet and pretty desolate, not so much any crime, but I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. I'm going to follow that case very closely. I don't think that anything will come of it. I mean, this administration always has a way to work around things, as we remember from the first administration. Unfortunately, the president had his hands tied because they kept coming after him.
All
But
right.
this time around, he knows exactly how to work the system. So things like this don't happen. So where his agenda isn't stunted by outside forces like these rogue judges.
Monica, I would love to talk to you longer, but it appears that, and you probably have to cover it yourself, Putin's coming off the plane and Trump's coming off the plane, and they're about to meet and shake hands. So I'm going to cut, and I know you're busy. You're probably got to write a story on it as well. Everybody's busy today. We'll get you back
Yeah.
on very soon. Thanks for the time, but we got to check this out, all right?
Thanks, Barry. Pray for
Thank you.
peace.
Bye-bye. Yes, absolutely. All right, everybody. Here we go. Here we go. I remember when President Trump walked across in North Korea when he met Kim Jong Un. I thought that was fantastic. And this is this is they're coming together on this red carpet and they're going to meet. I love Monica. I hope you got some insight there. Unfortunately, I know it wasn't me that I want to just cut it, but I know she has to go as well because she's covering news. So I want to make sure she can do what she needs to do. So these two guys are coming together. I'm going to get off screen and you can watch it. They're going to come and they're going to walk across and greet each other.
Will have to come down. We'll stay up until the motorcade leaves. Shot stays up for now.
Hey, Bill. Let me just hold on the line with you here.
Any, anybody else notice that Putin and Trump seem to be exchanging pleasantries in the back of the beast when everyone has told us that Putin doesn't speak English? So I find that to be absolutely interesting on its own. So they are off to, at this point, the meeting location. Obviously, the feed will keep running, and if I see them come out and actually start talking at any point while we're still on, I will cut to it. And also, like I said, when I'm done, since nobody knows at this point, I don't think I'll let it run for 6 hours, but I'll check back here when we're done. You know, every hour or so, let's watch X and see if anything has actually happened. So, just talking to Monica, I'm sorry we had to cut that short, but I'm sure she's got work to do too. This is arguably the biggest story right now, probably in the world. So I wanted to make sure she had time to do what she needs to do. So once we're done here with what I'm going to cover, then we'll go ahead but I'll keep the feeds on so I can see if anything is actually going to happen. Should there be another meeting, they will definitely cut to it, and so we will definitely see it. So I don't think the feed is going to go down. I think they're going to continue to have the feeds up. I subscribe to a feed service, so it's not just me taking this from a different network or anything like that. So that being said, let's continue, because I don't know what they're going to be doing. So we'll watch and see anything that happens. So I hope you got some insight from Monica there about what's going on in Washington, and then you heard the idiot liberal media. Do you really expect Putin to denigrate himself to answer that stupid question? Of course not. Yeah, are you proud of killing people or something? What idiots! How did they even get on site? What network sent these idiots out to arguably the biggest meeting in the world and said, hey, ask them some stupid question? I'm surprised Epstein didn't come up. Epstein ever go to Russia? Did you go to Epstein Island? Just complete idiots. Complete idiots. Let me just check and see if SV has been sending me anything, because just crazy. Absolutely crazy how these people are. All right, so, oh, by the way, so this is what the room looks like. This is, I'm glad they cut to that feed. So they cut to this feed so I can see it, because now I've got the feed for the press conference. Whenever it happens, the camera people are there, I've got the feed running, and who knows, it may be 7 o'clock tonight. It may be 5 o'clock tonight. We don't know at this point. So we're going to keep the feed running so we can see if these guys come out here. Pretty much, if you see these two guys, if we get notification that they're going to hold a press conference, a joint press conference, you can pretty much realize at that point that something is definitely happening. There's some aspect of a deal that's going to be made. And like Monica said, and I said before I brought Monica on, the fact that Steve Witkoff is there, that is huge as well. So we shall see over the next couple of hours what exactly happens. And if they come here right now, I will cut right back to it. All right, so that being said, oh, so much stuff going on. So much stuff going on. Man, I love it. I actually loved seeing this kind of stuff happen. History. Watching the world wake up, baby. Watching the world wake up. All right, so let me first tell you about our sponsor today. We're already an hour in, but still, nonetheless, I have to talk about Pure Health Research. If you want to drop a few extra pounds, who doesn't? You want to boost your energy levels? You want to reduce swelling in your legs and feet, otherwise known as edema? President Trump has some edema. Then you'll love these two American-made health supplements. First is Liver Health Formula, and it fights fatty deposits in your liver that can help pile on the pounds and make you feel tired a lot. Liver Health Formula helps reduce those fatty deposits with nutrients like artichoke extract and milk thistle. In a customer survey, almost 60% reported better weight management and 87% reported more energy. The other product I want to tell you about is the lymph system support. The natural ingredients in the lymph system support help gently flush extra fluid and toxins out of your body, which can reduce the edema. And it helps get that swelling out of the legs and your feet. And right now, for a limited time, you can get 35% off Liver Health Formula and the lymph system support, along with all 45 plus health supplements Pure Health Research has to offer. Head over to purehealthresearch.com and use coupon code BARRY at checkout. That's all you have to do. purehealthresearch.com and use the coupon code BARRY at checkout. All right, so I am going to dive into the show right now that I have some stuff for you to see. And as we're doing this, we will see what's going on. All right, so listen to... Wait a minute. What did you just do, Barry? Did you click the button too early? Here we go. Okay.
In the office with President Trump on Air Force One, heading in. What's your initial feeling? How are you feeling about what you're going to get out of this?
I think we're going to do very well. Our country is doing very well. We're setting records economically like we never have before, including the stock markets are all at a record high. We're taking in trillions and trillions of dollars with tariffs. We're going for a meeting with President Putin in Alaska. And I think it's going to work out very well. And if it doesn't, I'm going to head back home real fast.
I mean, if it doesn't, you walk.
I would walk there.
What will make a success of this summit today?
I can't tell you that. I don't know. It's there's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as well as Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing. You know, we're not putting up any money. We're making money. They're buying our weapons, and we're sending them to NATO, and NATO's sending us big, beautiful checks. But that I don't care about that. I care about it was a big factor when Biden spent $350 billion. He got nothing. But what I do care about is they lost last week 7,011 people were lost, almost all soldiers. 36 people in a town which got hit by a missile, but over 7,000 soldiers. It's crazy.
How are you? What will make a success of this summit today?
I can't tell you that. I don't know. It's there's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as well as Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today.
Wanted you to hear that the second time. I want it to be today, but I'm not going to be satisfied. I want to see something come out of this. He did not. This led me to what I said earlier. He did not fly all the way across the country just to shake hands and have lunch with Vladimir Putin. He expects there to be some sort of payout from this. And President Trump, I don't know if he plays poker. I know SV plays poker. I play poker. But that's some poker face right there. He's letting you know I expect something, and if I don't, I'm out. He told Brett Baer this could be a short meeting. But I don't think he expects a short meeting because, again, I don't think he flew across the country just to go out there and bang heads. There had to have been some discussions behind the scenes at this point that give him a reasonable belief that something could happen. Because all his people, Rubio, Witkoff, everybody involved would say it's not happening. Not happening. It's not going to work. Don't bother going. So they had to have come to the boss and said, I think we can get this done. I hope you understand that this man did not get up and fly 6 hours across the country just to have lunch and walk out of there with nothing. That's why I firmly believe something's about to happen.
I said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing. You know, we're not putting up any money. We're making money. They're buying our weapons, and we're sending them to NATO, and NATO's sending us big, beautiful checks. But that I don't care about that. I care about it was a big factor when Biden...
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You said that also for a reason as well. The tells that this man sends out, as he's speaking, he's letting you know, hey, they're sending us a lot of money. They're paying us. No longer is United States paying out to all these different countries, which means, basically at this point, I don't know how to say this without it sounding like bragging. We run the world? Can I say it that way? Can we now say that most of these countries couldn't exist without us somehow getting them money and protection? And now we have a president who's like, Now, you want protection and us to pay you? That's not how it works. I never seen a mob movie where they say, you got to pay me the protection, but I'm going to pay you. No, you're coming to the boss and you're asking the boss for some protection. You're asking the boss for access to the United States market. None of these countries can succeed, possibly China. Other than that, the rest of them in Europe cannot succeed without the United States as a marketing place. It can't, it's done. Between tourism and products, we are the #1 consumer market in the world, bar none. That's a huge hammer to walk into any meeting with. And so part of what probably is also going to be happening is trying to get Putin to understand, what are you going to do with your oil? Let's not give it to these countries. Let's give it to these countries. Here's how we're going to work this. Trump, at this point, which is probably why the Democrats are so pissed off, is that he, in essence, is the leader of the world. I know it's a huge statement. Barry, how can you say that? Because none of these other countries can survive without us. And that's why they've hated America first, because we can survive without them. And he's the one person who's kept telling you, they need us. If all these other countries close their doors to us, okay, we're going to drill over here, do our own oil. We got the Gulf, we got the Atlantic, we got Alaska, we're good. We got factories coming back online to make more stuff. We're good. We're going to do okay in the housing market. Okay, we do have a feed coming in. Hold on. Let's jump in. Good thing I kept it up. All right, here we go.
Thank you very much. Come on, guys. President Putin, why is your President Trump trust your word now? Thank you, press. 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 Everybody get out of the room. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
What is wrong with these people? They're rabid dogs. You got two of the biggest leaders in the world who were going to sit down and talk to you, and instead they just had to throw you out. They cut the stream. This is all we're seeing right now. They threw them out and said, shut up, get out. Wow. Wow. That was awful. That was absolutely awful. It's embarrassing. Even Putin's like, what is wrong with these people? Good gosh. All right, so we'll continue. I'll keep watching the feeds because, as you saw, we can jump it. That's a Chung right there. Yep, he's looking around. Sorry about that. I'm sorry for people who had to watch that. Good gosh.
350 billion, he got nothing. But what I do care about is they lost last week 7,011 people were lost, almost all soldiers. 36 people in a town which got hit by a missile, but over 7,000 soldiers. It's crazy.
Could you describe a little bit, Mr. President, because I know you've had a lot of phone calls with President Putin. What's the difference in a face-to-face, in-person meeting?
Look, he's a smart guy, been doing it for a long time, but so have I. Been doing it for a long time. And here we are with President. That was much more difficult than what I'm doing today, believe me. So we get along, but there's a good respect level on both sides. And I think, something's going to come of it. I noticed he's bringing a lot of business people from Russia. And that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
Just talk about this.
That's his hook. We can do some business here, but we're not going to do anything while you're still fighting. And that's probably the same message that he's going to give to Zelensky. I know you're going to get voted out eventually, and you're going to want this parachute, but you ain't getting nothing until you start fighting. The stopping of the fighting is the prerequisite to even enter into discussion. even though deals may be cut, the first part, oh, here they're back again. This time, I don't know if they threw the media out. That's a frozen feed, so I'm not sure. We'll come back when they make it live. But, whew, man, that was just completely insane. I never seen nothing like that. You got arguably the two biggest leaders in the world, except for the guy from China, Xi Jinping, and you're acting like complete morons. Complete morons. But anyway, what I was saying was, at this point, stop fighting, and that'll allow us to get to a table. That's the table setting. That's the appetizer. You don't see the meal unless you stop fighting.
We have the hottest country on earth. We have the hottest economy on earth. We have the hottest country. We just set a new stock market record again. We have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing in from tariffs. We're the hottest. We were a dead country, but dead like doornails. A dead country. 1 year ago, we were dead as a doornail, and now we have the hottest country. And he wants a piece of that because his country is not hot economically. In fact, it's the opposite. And China's not doing well economically, but look, I want everybody to do well. The war's got to stop and the killing's got to stop.
Mr. President, why do you stop? Thank you for coming back to take questions. We saw that Russia continued its violence into Ukraine last night, launching even more.
So I guess they're going to try this again. So we can hear what they're saying once they turn on. The mic is up, waiting for someone to say something. They haven't put on the sound yet. But the two guys are going to be talking again. I think this is probably going to be before the media went nuts. I think they're broadcasting this to show you what indeed had happened. I'm not sure how long it lasted before they had to kick everybody out. But the sound is on. I just don't hear anything yet. Let's see when they turn it on. He's trying to talk, but I think people are telling him it's not on. So the feed, yeah, here they go again. It's not ready. Again, this is live and it's raw, so yeah, it is what it is. It's all going crazy, but they're obviously doing something to get it ready. Now you're seeing a little bit behind the scenes of raw live video, because when you see it on television, it's always so spit shined and polished and everything. And you're seeing now the guys are walking in with cameras and trying to figure out, and you hear the rabid dog screaming in front of the two world leaders. I can show you this though. They are going to be doing some sort of press gaggle or press conference, because otherwise the cameras wouldn't be in there. So I just showed you. I'm keeping an eye on it so I can go jump right to it. Let's continue with what President Trump was saying. Wait a minute. What do we got here? They're jumping around in the feeds.
Drones. What did you make of that?
I think they're trying to negotiate. He's trying to set a stage. I mean, in his mind, that helps him make a better deal. It actually hurts him. But in his mind, that helps him make a better deal if they can continue the killing. Maybe it's a part of the world. Maybe it's just his fabric, his genes, his genetics. But he thinks that makes him, gives him strength in negotiating. I think it hurts him, but I'll be talking to him about it later.
It's on the TV for discussions today, Mr. President. Are the territorial swaps on the table? Will you be discussing that?
They'll be discussed, but I've got to let Ukraine make that decision. And I think they'll make a proper decision. But I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them at a table. And I think you have two sides. Look, Vladimir Putin wanted to take all of Ukraine. If I wasn't president, he would right now be taking all of Ukraine. But he's not going to do it.
Mr. President, what did you mean?
Just one thing. What about the possibility, that is, the possibility of the United States providing security guarantees to Ukraine?
Along with Europe and other countries. Not in the form of NATO, because that's not going to, there are certain things.
Okay, looks like they're trying again to get this straight. President Trump looking a little bit perturbed. Like, Can you get this shit straight? Nope, not yet. This is too funny. He just looks like I'm getting tired here. Why don't you guys got your stuff together? This isn't good. Anyway, let's continue.
That aren't going to happen. But yeah, along with Europe, there's a possibility of that.
Mr. President, the number of business people that President Putin is bringing along, is that something that you want to discuss with President Putin at this meeting?
If we make progress, I would discuss it, because that's one of the things that they would like. They'd like to get a piece of what I built in terms of the economy. Just so you know, we were a dead country.
All right, so he just gave you a little bit of a tell there. Hey, they want to talk business, and they're bringing some business people along. As you know, or if you don't know, let me tell you, Scott Bessent and also Howard Lutnick are there. So the Russian people are bringing in their economics people. You don't bring all these people together if you don't have the framework of something you want to try and do. So President Trump just said, yeah, we can talk about that after we get some sort of ceasefire done. So he's holding the carrot out to him. You want some money? You want lots of money? Well, stop being an idiot. Stop killing each other. And so that's what he's going in. He's going in with dollars. Hey, you're not going to get any of this pie until you stop playing around. That's specifically what's going on.
With our economy, he wouldn't be interested. He wouldn't have been interested a year ago with the Biden economy. But he is interested in the Trump economy, because wait till you see when those factories start opening up. We have hundreds of factories all over the country, and that includes auto factories, AI factories, and every other. They're all coming in because they want to beat the tariffs. Because if they open here, they don't have to pay tariffs. If they don't open here, they have to pay, in some cases, 200%, 300%.
We're going to try it again. Let's see here now if they got it all straightened out.
Just go up. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. 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 Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Come on.
I have no idea what they're doing. This makes absolutely no sense at this point. They're having trouble with the feeds, I guess. Somebody in the chat said, I saw this morning. I'm like, no, you didn't. No, I'm actually telling the guy right now in the chat. Oh, I saw this morning. No, you did not. We just watched Putin land literally about 15 or 20 minutes ago. So no, you didn't see it before. Ain't like we're showing a repeat here. The press is again, they're getting ready for something over there. So right now, what you were seeing with them sitting in that room, that was the pre-meeting. The pre-meeting was, I guess they're trying to get the right feed. I think they're trying to see if they can't bring it on, but they keep having problems with it. Then after they have their long meeting, which was after the pre-meeting, then they're supposed to do a press conference. So that's what's going on right now, just to let everybody know. Okay, I'm sorry if it seems like I'm jumping around, but I'm trying to cover him. I'm trying to, see what he's doing, and their feeds seem to be messing up, but we're good. We're good. As soon as it comes on, we will be ready to go to it. I'm just looking to see if they were getting ready to do it again, and not yet. All right, so let me go back to almost done with President Trump on the airplane, Air Force One this morning. Maybe that's what he was talking about. The other guy said he saw it this morning. That's possible. I thought he was talking about this stuff.
I haven't even set some of the tariffs yet. I'll be setting tariffs next week and the week after on steel, and on, I would say, chips. Okay? Chips and semiconductors. We'll be setting sometime next week, week after.
What rate are you looking at? What rate?
I'm going to have a rate that is going to be lower at the beginning. Then that gives them a chance to come in and build, and very high after a certain period of time. And if they don't build here, they have to pay a very high tariff, which doesn't work, so they'll come and build.
Mr. President, hi. You had said earlier.
I didn't see you over there. Isn't he a gentleman?
He is
nice.
It's helping me out.
He's a very nice, he's one of the few nice ones, actually.
You had said earlier this week that Putin would face severe consequences if you get the sense from him that he's not interested. What do you mean by that?
Economically severe. Yes, it will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives. Yeah, very severe. Thank you very much.
All right, so I'm not doing this for my health. That's the exclamation point on what I was saying earlier. I don't need this. I don't need to be doing this. I didn't need to fly halfway. No, I keep saying halfway. All the way across the country. I didn't have to do it. So there's a reason he's there. And I think that was the biggest tell that he said right there on the airplane. Papa John, I am sorry if you meant the airplane stuff because, yeah, that was earlier as well. But I thought you were talking about what was actually happening in Alaska right now. So my apologies. Didn't mean to jump on you. Sometimes you can't tell with the delay. So in any event, just to let you know, here we go again. I don't know if this is going to be the right one, but zoom out, baby. All right, let's see if this time they got it right. Nope, it went right back to it. They're having an awful problem, whoever is running the... Oh, look, here, you guys can have some fun. Look, I don't know what the heck they're doing in Alaska. People in Alaska are... You shouldn't have this much problem with the feed. It shouldn't be that tough to hey, let's go ahead and make sure we edit this and put it on. And it goes, zooming in, zooming out. Pretty crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. All right, so this is the other feed. This is of the press inside the place where they're going to have the actual press conference. So these people may be sitting there for hours because right now they're having their private meeting. And there is nothing to report on at this point other than the fact that they're having a private meeting. So good luck with that and hang out. But we're going to move on. So I want to talk to you about Washington now, a little bit about what's going on in Washington, D.C. So let's listen here. All right, ready? Let's go.
Well, repression breeds resistance and opposition. We saw several weeks ago millions of people assembling across the country to say no kings here. And we are certainly in a moment when people are opposing monarchy and police domination by Donald Trump. So the people in Washington, D.C. are 713,000 tax-paying, draftable American citizens who have no representation in Congress. The Democrats passed D.C. statehood in the House a couple Congresses ago.
See, this is what this is all about. He just told you. He let the cat out the bag. The Democrats, we passed D.C. statehood a long time ago, and the Senate wouldn't do anything about it. Exactly. That's what this whole thing and why they're all pissed off. I mentioned that to you guys a couple days ago. I'm like, this is what this is all about. And I said President Trump is never going to allow D.C. to become a state. Because if it became a state, it would immediately become a Democrat. It would become a blue state, and they would get 2 more senators. Nope, not going to happen. This is a big reason why this is rolling out. And President Trump even said that. He said it during a press conference. Yeah, that too. It's not the only reason, but that's one of the reasons. So he understands this territory needs to be claimed and to make sure it never, ever becomes a state. And that's been a prize that the Democrats have been trying to go after for quite some time. On the down low for the most part, not telling people, other than what Raskin is saying here, but a lot of people didn't know that the Democrats tried to basically seize control of Washington, D.C., and not just from a safety perspective, but from a political perspective.
Republicans have been opposing it categorically. Now Donald Trump wants to impose police ICE checkpoints all over D.C., and the freedom-loving people of Washington are not going to put up with that. What's going to happen?
So you're a senator who probably has a security detail, and you're speaking for the hood and saying the people of Washington, D.C. are not going to put up with this. As that came out of your mouth, do you realize what you're saying? What you're saying is the people of D.C. are not going to put up with safety. The people of D.C. would rather have chaos and drug lords and warlords. That's what you're saying. Why would people not put up with safety? Maybe you, maybe some of the other senators who don't think anything's wrong, maybe the people in media studios, but why would the people not put up with it? And then if these people, quote, aren't going to put up with it, end quote, what do you expect them to do? You know, because like right now, he's in control. And there's only so many Subway sandwiches you can hit a cop with. So what are they going to do? Good luck protesting in Washington. You know they've got protests all over the country this weekend. All over the country, they've got protests. And I'm looking down because I'm looking at the feed, and they're going to try again. So I'm going to have to stop right here and go to see if it comes on. Hold on.
Thank you, President.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, President. Thank you, President.
Somebody keeps pushing the button and going, I think I got it now. Dude, why don't you wait and run it back on one of your other monitors before you take the whole thing live? I think it's going to work this time. Boss, I figured it out. Hey, look, watch. Oh, sorry. I won't use that button anymore. Okay, sorry, boss. I don't know who put this together. SV says to me, was it somewhere, a DEI Eskimo? That's too funny. All right, so as I was saying before I was really interrupted by someone who doesn't know how to do a feed switch, why would people have a problem with this? What are they going to be protesting all over the country for? Doesn't make any sense to you? You're going to be protesting because the federales have taken control of law enforcement. They didn't take control of the city. You can still go to a restaurant. You can still go to a movie. You can go to the park. Nobody is taking control of the people. They take control of law enforcement. And so when you break it down to that essence, you have to wonder why the Democrats are freaking out. Why is the media freaking out? The only thing they took control of was the police force and the way things are going to be handled. Don't do nothing, won't be nothing. It's very simple. Why would you be in an uproar? You can go anywhere you want. You can do all the stupid stuff you do. You can go dancing, you can go to restaurants, you can go to a movie, you can go play frisbee in the park. Nobody's stopping you. You don't need papers. You can do whatever you want. Except wreak havoc. Except do this. So you have to wonder why the people in politics and the people in the media are having a problem with any of this. And it gets worse because now it's extending across the country.
Trump federalized the New York City Police Department. What's after that? Chicago, LA, Miami, Boston?
Wait, you don't have to put Miami in there. We're good. We're good. DeSantis made sure everything was taken care of. It ain't like that down here. The other cities that you mentioned, Alec, yeah. Yes, we hope so. We hope he does take control of the law enforcement in New York City. I'm pretty sure a lot of the police officers in New York City are like, yeah, sounds good to me. I'm pretty sure Chicago people who live in those certain areas where every single weekend people are shot, yeah, they're pretty good about it too. What in the hell are you worried about it for? You're a gazillionaire up in New York City and you're not affected. See, this is one of those things right now where the liberals are really going to have a problem because the ivory tower people look stupid. Completely out of touch. As if you have no idea what it's like for poor people to live.
And on and on. What's after that? The NFL, the NBA, you're going to federalize them and take them over? All he wants to do is deflect from his inadequacy by these bold, insane moves. Take over.
Bold, insane moves to deflect from his inadequacy. He's the president of the United States, voted in by 70, 80 million people. The economy's flying. He's about to do a peace deal in Russia with Ukraine, and he's trying to distract from inefficiency. The only thing inefficient is your ability to handle a gun. I'm pretty sure you're someone who needs to be watched with a gun. And we've seen your temper. Is that what you're worried about, Alec?
For DC police. That's not what I need. I don't need this DC police to be taken over.
All right, so I wanted to pause you there because I want you to hear what he said. I don't need this. Of course you don't. Of course you don't. But he's going to tell you what he does need. And it gives you a really good insight into the mind of liberals. Listen to what he does need and tell me, as he tells you what he needs, which one of the things he needs do you think most Americans even care about? I mean care about into the form of it affects their daily lives. You see, the stuff going on in Washington and Baltimore and Detroit, it affects people's daily lives. Listen to what he cares about.
I need to get the tariffs over with. I need to get the war over with. I need to get the Gaza thing over with. And after that, we have something else we have to get over.
Notice he didn't say anything that affects people. We got to get the tariffs over with. Okay, why? You bringing in Chinese goods? We need to get the war over with. Well, he's working on that one that we're not in. And we're no longer funding. And we got to get Gaza fixed. I'm pretty sure that none of those are in the top 3 items of Americans. That's a perfect example of being completely out of touch. Most people want to know, how can I get a better rent? How can I reduce my mortgage payment? What are the price of gas? What are the prices of food? Am I safe? And he's so out of touch, he didn't mention any of the things that Americans actually want. And that's the problem with liberalism. They're completely out of touch, completely detached. They don't know what it is you want and how you want your life to live. I'm pretty sure if we had done a poll in the chat and said, give me the top 3 things you want in life right now. And how many of them would have said, yeah, I want to see the Gaza. No. I want to see Ukraine and Russia work it out. No. We may want that. I'm not saying Americans don't want to see peace in Gaza. I'm not saying Americans don't want to see peace in Ukraine and Russia. But I'm pretty sure it's a little bit closer to home what most people will check off the box as their top 3 items. Crazy.
The President and the Attorney General of the United States have attempted an illegal, hostile takeover of our local police force, the Metropolitan Police Department. And in so doing, they have sowed chaos and endangered the public safety and the residents and visitors to the District of Columbia.
This is the guy who's suing the Trump administration. He filed the lawsuit this morning. He filed the lawsuit to say that the law enforcement takeover of Washington, D.C. is endangering people. He's the D.C. attorney, and on behalf of the DEI sheriff, chief of police, he walks on TV today and says he's endangering people in Washington. How? Please tell us how he's endangering people. So you want him to leave so that the endangerment goes away, but in actuality what you're saying is you want him to leave so the endangerment comes back. Why are you guys fighting so hard to keep these people in D.C. under chaos? But this is the same guy who a couple of weeks ago put up a video, said, we can't arrest ourselves out of this mess. We can't prosecute our way out of this mess. Yeah, you can. You don't want to, for whatever reason. He continues.
Home Rule Act, which grants authority to the local government here in the District of Columbia, including to control the police, gives the president very limited authority to seek to have the assistance of the MPD and the mayor if there is a federal emergency that requires that. It does not give the president or the attorney general the authority to take over MPD and to purport to change the command and control and governance of MPD. That is exactly.
You want to bet? you want to make a bet? I would take that bet. I don't bet on a lot outside of poker because I actually get to work my deal. But I would take that bet. If you think it doesn't allow that, let's go ahead, wager up. And don't tell me when you get some side-ass judge to say that you're going to have to put a temporary restraining order, because what are you going to do then? Imagine right now you're him. You're suing the Trump administration. You're suing the Trump administration and you're telling people that we're going to make them leave so we can get back in control. You obviously haven't talked to anybody who's actually in Washington, D.C. And it looks like they're going to try it again. I don't know what this guy's doing. I think maybe SV is right. They may have a DEI Eskimo working this feed. But let's see. Is it the screaming part again? Hold on. I'm not gonna put it on unless it gets stable and they start. Nope. I don't think so. Hold on.
Just go off. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to the ceasefire?
I can't tell you what's going on. I don't know what the heck is going on with this. Next time they put it up, either that or maybe it was just a press opportunity and he told people to get out. It makes absolutely no sense. Maybe that's why they were screaming, because they didn't take any questions. They just said, all right, now get out. That might have been the entirety of it. All right, so let me continue. So anyway, that's the DC attorney, and he's telling people, we're going to sue President Trump and we want him to leave, without ever talking to the people actually in Washington, D.C.
What the president and the attorney general's order seek to do, and that is why we are in court this morning seeking to hold the federal government accountable to following the law. The Home Rule Act is a federal law passed by Congress. Nobody is above the law, including the president, and most importantly, our U.S. Attorney General. And as Chief Smith has said in the papers, in her nearly 30 years of enforcing the law, both as a federal law enforcement officer and as chief of police, she has never seen any action that causes more risk to the public safety than the actions of AG Bondi last night in her Bondi order of about 7:45 at night.
Meanwhile, I like that. So understand what this guy just said is the DEI police chief, who didn't even know what a chain of command was. She's never seen X, Y, or Z in 30 years. Have you looked at her resume? She hadn't done anything. And she got fired. You obviously haven't talked to people in Washington. It wouldn't be hard. Just like I was telling to Monica, you could just take a remote crew and go out and talk to the people in D.C., and I'm not talking about the people who live in Georgetown or $5 million townhouses. Go talk to the people who are actually affected by what's happening. It's not that hard. But they won't do it. And if they did, and they talk to people like this, they would actually find out what people actually think. So you're going to hear these people talk. And when you hear it go blank out like that, it's because these are people from the inner city. and they have colorful language. And so when they dropped F-bombs, I had to silence it so as not to offend you. Let's listen in.
It's in my neighborhood. I've lived around here for years, and it ain't been this quiet in forever. Y'all like, oh, the police ain't doing nothing. They just standing around doing nothing. What you expect them to do? I didn't want Trump to come to this city, but now he's here. Y'all the reason. Y'all just gave him a reason. I don't like that fool, but I ain't mad at this. I haven't.
I don't like that fool. I ain't playing down with Trump, but I like this. This is how that tent, I keep telling you, this is how we continue to enlarge the tent. When a woman like this, and she looks young, let's say she's, I'm not a good gauge of age, but let's say she's 25-ish. And she's like, I have never seen this, like it never, forever. So if you're a child and you've grown up under siege, and now you're saying, hey man, this is okay. I'm okay with this. You tell me how you're going to turn it back. Unless you really don't give a crap about these people, which could be, you know, the real reason.
Gunshots in like 4 or 5 days, and I usually hear them every night. The cops are all over this city, and if you don't see them doing anything, you know why? It's because the fools have gone into hiding. The minute that they leave and get off these streets, oh, they're coming back out again. So I'm going to enjoy the peace. Why I can, because I'm not out here breaking the law. Y'all been in the street murdering kids. Y'all been in the street murdering innocent people. We gave the mayor a chance to do something, and the chief of police. Neither one of them did anything. Y'all want to
see, the people recognize that. Y'all had a chance. The mayor and the chief of police who've been around here for years, you didn't do anything. This guy shows up in 2 days, and I actually got to sleep well last night. Actually, I probably didn't sleep well. I was probably like, you know, Joe Pesci and my cousin Vinny. It was too quiet. Like, what's all that quiet? I'm used to hearing helicopters and gunshots and people screaming, oh no, ouch, ooh. It's too quiet, man. What the heck just happened? And you want to tell these people, oh, we're going to go back to the way it was. You seriously want to tell the people who live there that? That's what you want to tell them? Be ashamed of yourself.
To put on a show, so y'all had something to put on social media. But y'all put them YNs on social media all the time.
Finally able to chill at a red light with my window down, not worried about if one of them young is coming.
See, I think one of the problems that people, the masses, you, me, is that most of you cannot imagine such a simple pleasure. Just what she said right there. Most of us could never imagine that being an issue. So I want you to sit back and think, have you ever thought to yourself, I can't roll down my windows at a stoplight? Because if I roll my windows down at a stoplight, well, number one, it ain't going to happen here because it's too damn hot. But imagine it's a nice fall day. Wherever you are, breezy, sun's out, or in her instance, it's nighttime, stars are out, and you pull up to a light, and you've never been able to roll your windows down. Not only have you not been able to roll your windows down, you're doing this the whole time. You're scanning, because out of the shadows, that's where they come from, and by the time you see some of them, it's too late. So I probably just relayed an experience that most of you have never, ever encountered. You probably are used to the other side of the coin, what she's not used to. You're used to driving down and hitting, the brakes at the stop sign, and you probably don't even have to look around. You're talking to your friend, you're changing the stations, you're on your phone, you're texting at the light. It doesn't even dawn on you, dude, look in the shadows. There's some creeping going on, and they're coming towards you. How many of you have to do that right now? How many of you even think about it? You're at a traffic light. I don't. Maybe if I see like the homeless person coming up looking for money, we all look around and make sure. But for other than that, You go to a stoplight, it's like, oh man, the light. This is the longest light ever. Oh yeah, I mean, this light. Every time I get stopped at this light, honey, we're here for like. Oh, you know what? I like this song. You're not paying attention. And so I'm saying this to try to put you in her shoes, put you in a position where what do you mean? It's the first time in a long time that I've even been able to, stop without worrying about people coming out. And that only stopped because Trump has made it this way. And because Trump has made it this way, you now want to go back to where I got to look around? I have to wonder? Okay, I have to come back because I don't know what this is. Oh, and as soon as I hit the button, it died. So they're still messing with it. Every time I think they're doing something, it dies, the feed thing, whatever. All right, so what I was saying is, and I would love to hear you in the chat, how many of you even think about that? Has it ever been something when you're driving around, do you have to look around, and even if you're alone as a man or as a woman, and you think to yourself when you roll up to the stoplight, do I have to worry? And I think that requires a bit of introspection by a lot of people, because you can't walk in their shoes until you can think to yourself, no, I'm yelling at the kids, shut up back there. Duh. And you're doing whatever you're doing just to pass the time before the light changes. And these people stopping at a traffic light or a stop sign is a matter of life and death. How many of you looked at stopping at a traffic sign, whether it be the light or the stop sign, as a matter of life and death? I can't even imagine living like that. So next time you hear one of these people on the studio saying it's not that bad, ask them, do they have to stop at a traffic signal and put their life in danger?
Ride through the city, feeling more safe than I ever felt.
Feeling safer than I've ever felt. And I'm like, my God, she's just out riding. This is a completely different experience for these people. I can't even relate. I'm like, wait a second. You're out there and better than you ever felt just stopping at a stop sign? Wow, just think about that.
I don't understand it, and I don't think I ever will. Why the is people that's not from the city saying DC's not that bad? Why is it from Denver, Colorado saying DC's not that bad, and Trump is just...
I can't answer you, brother. That's a big problem. You don't live here, but you're going to go on television and tell me it ain't that bad. You don't live in the hood. You live in Georgetown. You live in some place where it's $1 million homes. They don't creep there. And you're telling me, because you're seeing something on TV, the statistics say that it's not that bad anymore. Crime has been lowered. We heard Karen Bass and some of the people in California telling people there in the news that crime's not that bad. It's lower. Lower than what? But meanwhile, these people in the hood who you're not interviewing, they're saying a different story.
Trying to be a dictator. Gang, DC is fucking like Gotham City, bruh. Like, y'all do not know. Y'all out of towners, Mo. Mind y'all fucking business, bruh. 4 infants got killed in a month. This shootings every day. Carjackings every day. The city is fucking wild right now, bruh.
And I had to bleep out a lot because you're getting a raw sense of what these people are saying. They're like, hey man, this is some serious, it's life or death to go to the 7-Eleven. You put your life in your hands if you go out at night and stop at a traffic light. And the audacity of these people to sit around and go, it's not that bad, crime is down. Well, these people seem to talk a different story.
And it might say it's the lowest as ever been. That's because these is not getting caught. There's so much shit going on. Y'all don't even know, bro. I'm recovering from getting shot in DC, gang.
There's your data. Dude, I'm recovering because I got shot. How many people have done that? Hey, have you gone to the hospital and have you interviewed some of the people in the hospital and go, hey, excuse me, you seem to have a hole in your leg. At least you're still breathing, so you're okay. But what happened? I got shot. Where? Walking down the street at a stoplight. Somebody had just put in the chat here, which is really, really interesting. Somebody goes, as much as some of these people love in talking about you need to keep the entitlements going, shouldn't safety be the number one entitlement? Shouldn't that be the number one thing that a president, a mayor, a governor, that's the number one thing that you should be providing for your people? Safety. That's it. Safety. That's what husbands have to do. We have to make sure that our loved ones are safe. It comes with the job. I will. You're going to make sure this woman who's with you is safe to the best of your ability. And you got people in the news saying, it ain't that bad, man. It's not that bad. What's wrong? What's wrong with you?
So for y'all out-of-towners to be like, DC's not that bad and this shit don't need to be done, y'all don't know shit, bruh. Like, for real, y'all don't know shit, bro. What Donald Trump is doing right now, getting the homeless off the street and putting all these law enforcement people in throughout DC, that shit needs to be done good. I'm tired of fucking Gotham City, gang. I'm tired of that shit, bro. I'm trying to go to U Street and not have to worry about running from fucking bullets, bro. I'm sick of that shit, gang.
Okay, raise your hand if you have tried to go to U Street. I don't know where that is in Washington. And you have to run from bullets. Not something most of us have ever had to do. It's like, hey, man, I'm just go down here and get me like a soda. I might get me a Subway sub. I hear they're good weapons. Hey. Pop, pop, pop. Nope. Not my life. Not in most of your lives, probably. Maybe when you were younger. But this is part of their life. You tell me how a 16 or 17-year-old kid in any city should be subjected to that. And that people should be okay with that. But yet, hearing from these kids, man, I can't even go to the store, I'm dodging bullets. It's heartbreaking. It's like you got an entire swath of people who are basically human targets. And if they go out at a certain time, they could get got. And it's not one Democrat city, it's a whole bunch of them. What this kid's life is like in Washington, D.C. is probably the same quality of life of people in Baltimore and the same quality of life in people in Detroit, and it's probably even worse in Chicago. Nobody cares. You can't convince me that people care because it's been going on way too long. I've told you many times, I can take you to ghettos back in Connecticut. It's still, pop. They're all still doing the same stuff. Why were these areas that these Democrat governors and mayors for decades, as soon as they got elected, okay, I don't care about them. Let's make the stadium area nice. And let's make sure that the restaurant and the bars and clubs are okay. And over there, no, screw them. Who cares? Let them kill themselves. But what about the people who aren't in the gangs? How are they supposed to live? Well, you dodge bullets. That's unforgivable as far as I'm concerned.
Law enforcement made 33 total arrests in our nation's capital last night. 15 of the 33 are illegal aliens, including arrests for murder, rape, assault, and a juvenile carrying a pistol without a license.
Hold on a second. Aren't they the anti-gun crowd? Aren't they the first ones who say, you should give up your gun? I'm pretty sure these are the people who want to make it as hard as possible for you to have a weapon, but they're complaining because law enforcement is finding all these illegal guns in one night. So You want to roll it back? Hey, man, we got to let these newcomers stay here, and these other people, they deserve their guns. They stop bothering them. Go after them rednecks. Go after them MAGA people. They're the ones we want to make sure don't have guns, not the hood rats. Why isn't every Democrat cheering? You got 8 illegal weapons off the streets. That should be like an uproar. Yes, we're taking the city back. There's no more guns. Nope. Don't want it. They want the guns in the neighborhood. They want the newcomers there. They don't want all these arrests. If you take this chart and just keep all the colors and the numbers and then wait until Monday and change underneath it and put it in Chicago, and I bet you it says 33 shot. Somewhere in the neighborhood of like 15 critical and maybe like 8 dead. And we hear that every single week. And none of them talk about it. Oh, Trump sucks. Oh, Trump's a Nazi. Well, I don't get you people.
We're told 20 multi-agency teams were deployed throughout all 7 districts in D.C. to promote public safety and arrest violent offenders. There were more than 1,750 participants in last night's operations.
So they put 1,700 people on the street. 1,700 to do this, to do all of this. It's insane. You have to ask hopefully you don't have that many liberal friends, but how can you be against this? How can you be suing to make it go away? It confounds the person's brain. I don't understand. For what reason do you want these probably mostly black, maybe 90% black, young people to live in fear? Those 3 videos I showed you one yesterday, the guy was 50, but those 3 people were probably all under the age of 30. And they all related living in the hood and what it's actually like. And we see these people are like, I'm dodging bullets. Yes, first time I've ever stopped at a traffic light. Every night I hear guns. And I'm thinking, why aren't you talking to these people? Because you don't want people to know what it's like? Well, why don't you want people to know what it's like? Because you don't care. Somebody goes here, libtards love anarchy. Exactly. God is winning. Yeah, if anything, God is shining the light on these people. And now if you turn on MSNBC or CNN, it should make your stomach turn. You should think to yourself, what is it with you? Why is it that you hate Trump in America so bad, you don't care that these kids are getting shot going to the 7-Eleven? Yeah, they really don't care. I mean, there is no other answer. Yes, Barry, crime has a way of changing people's... Oh, Maximus, how you doing, bro? Crime has a way of changing people's minds, especially when you're directly affected. Yeah, and I think that's why we had that ABC anchor. I showed you that piece with her. And that when they showed her, and she's like, I got mugged on my way to, just coming home from work. I couldn't even walk a couple blocks. Luckily, that was all that happened to her. Maximus, good to see you. People said you wanted to come on, talk about what's going on out there. Let me know. Hit up one of the mods. Especially, I want to also talk about mods. I don't see her in here today. I'll ask Ashley to reach out for her. But Beth has been ill, so continue to keep her in your prayers, please. Democrats love chaos because they hate their lives. It's very simple. I don't know if they hate their lives or they're being told what to say at all costs. I gotta believe the women in that press corps. I have to believe Caitlin Collins, as much as a turd as she is, understands as a woman and as a white woman, walking in these neighborhoods would be perilous for her. I have to believe she knows. You just heard Monica say it. I'm not going there. I don't know. Nope, not going to go there. And I'm sure many of the white women in the press all feel the same way. Nope, ain't gonna do it. So if you won't do it, why won't you report on it? Caitlin, you're always the first one to talk. Hey, I decided to take a stroll last night. Okay, what happened? I'm sorry, I'm reporting from the hospital. Crazy. It's all about staying in power. That's it. Period. That's what they want. They don't care. The press is, now this is really interesting. The press is embarrassing the American people. They're embarrassing themselves. Because now we're seeing it and going, this is who, for decades, we grew up thinking that they were telling us the truth. And probably some of you right now, if I ask this question, when was it that you realized you were being lied to by the media? What was the story? What was uncovered that made you think, you know what? These people are full of it. They're absolutely lying to me. Straight up lying to me. This is just another in the line, but at least, this time we can actually, hey, there's people, I can't go to a stoplight. Oh, everything's fine. It's not that bad. It's like, oh my God. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. Praying for your Beth. Yes, please keep her prayer. She knows Barry, but she's getting paid. There you go. There's what Maximus is, right? That is the genesis of all their problem. They know. They fully know. There is no way Caitlin Collins would walk around some of the streets in Washington. Nope, ain't gonna happen. But because the checks keep clearing, they keep saying what they're told to say. See, I ain't got that kind of boss telling me, hey, Barry, don't say this stuff. Hey, well, yeah, there are certain places I told you yesterday, I am not going into Liberty City. Nope, ain't gonna happen. But you're black. I don't care. And I'm not driving my car through Opelika. Nope, not gonna happen. I can be honest with it. Why can't Caitlin Collins say, I won't go into Baltimore. I won't go into Detroit. At least Monica was honest. I'm not going over there. Ain't gonna happen. Because I know bad things will happen to me. The honesty exposes Democrats. The lack of honesty makes it pitiful to even watch what they're doing and how they're treating Americans. Because it's absolutely awful. Absolutely awful. All right, so let me see what I have here. Do I have the... Yep, I've got... Let me talk to you about Patriot Addict again. Not again. I haven't talked to you about it today. I've talked to you about it before, but not today. So let me bring this up. Patriot Addict, as you know, in the past, we used to talk about the red knife, the Trump red knife right here. Well, they got a new edition, and this new edition is the Trump signature blade. That's here in the nice black packaging. This knife is a little bit different, same functionality and everything as the red knife, same size, same weight, everything pretty much the same, but it looks different. It has 45-47 on it. And then it has the same opening action. Actually, it's pretty good. But it also has President Trump's signature stenciled on the blade right there. And this one, the new one, is sharp as all get up. I mean, it's really sharp. Trust me, I've used it here when I'm opening boxes and certain things. This one is really, really sharp. In addition to that, as you know, it's got the window breaker should you need that. Hopefully you never will. And it also has a seatbelt cutter as well. But this knife, you can get it from Patriot Addict. Just go right here and you can buy it. I lied. You can't buy it. It's not for sale. This knife, you're giving it away for free. You can get this knife simply by going to the QR code and paying the shipping. It retails for about $70, but right now, because you're watching this on Fanfare and you're part of this community, you get the knife for free, and you only have to pay shipping, which is like 14 or 15 bucks. It's free. No subscriptions, no ongoing fees, nothing. Just go ahead to the QR code or go to barryknife.com. You can pick up this knife right there for 14, 15 bucks, and it's yours. So I want you, if you're interested, it's a good knife. A lot of people talk about it, and it's only from the Fanfare family. All right, so let me continue here. I'm watching the feed here. At this point, give it up, bro. don't even bother anymore because it's not working. So I just want to let you guys know this may be on for 4 or 5 hours. Don't know. Like I said, when I'm done with the stuff I have to show you and I've got nothing else to talk about, I may turn this on, just leave it on, because eventually something's going to happen. Don't know when, don't know who's going to come out, but the press and everybody is sitting there waiting, just waiting. And right now, President Trump and Putin are in their meeting, so we'll see what happens. In the interim, let me continue with the content I have for you. All right, so last night, as I mentioned, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel both did individual interviews with Sean Hannity. So let me start with the Pam Bondi interview, if you haven't seen it. And if you did, hopefully you garner something else.
This is just breaking, this letter that you have signed and now apparently sent out. I know this has happened in our nation's capital, and I guess the police chief or the mayor or somebody there, you know, had been telling police officers, the Metropolitan Police Department there, not to give up people that are in the country illegally. I thought we had a supremacy clause in the Constitution.
Sean, D.C. will not remain a sanctuary city actively shielding criminal aliens. Will not happen. Under Donald Trump's directive, D.C. will become safe again, and it will become clean again. And I think what's happening is it's a combination of an extremely divisive city council. You have liberal judges, you have no cash bail, as you said, you have juveniles running rampant over this city, and you have a Metro Police Department, they want to do their jobs. And we have been out there for the last few nights with all of our federal agencies, Sean. They have been working so hard, working together. We've made 156 arrests, 27 firearms have been seized, child pornographic material has been seized, over 200 fentanyl pills taken off the street, a homicide suspect with a firearm.
So Sean probably doesn't answer this question, but I would have had to ask her. Excuse me. These gangbangers who are doing this stuff, I've known some people in gangs. Maximus, you probably can speak to this. They're not doing child stuff. So, who is it that you guys are after? I told you this yesterday. This is an overwhelming force that they're putting in the hood, or actually throughout Washington. And we have to look at this and go, there's more to this than what meets the eye. And even with what she just said right there, I'm like, I've known some gangbangers. I've known what they do and how they sling the rock and everything else. Ain't never seen one, ever, involved in the child stuff. So who's doing that? Where are they doing it? Tunnels? What exactly is happening, and how are you targeting that? And when you arrested people for it, where'd that go? Where'd it come from? I'm pretty confident in saying the gangbangers at 12, 13, 14, and 15 aren't dealing in the child stuff. So when you hear people say stuff like that, it should make you stop and go, wait a second. The brothers ain't in all about that. So I'm wondering.
And we are going to protect D.C. and make it safe again. But, you know, I think the most impactful thing that's happened, despite what we've seen with these crazy protesters out there, citizens are coming out of their homes and they're going up to these law enforcement officers and they're thanking them for keeping them safe and making the streets safe again. An elderly woman walks up to law enforcement and thanks them so she can go to the market again. So they are seeing the impact of what our law enforcement officers are doing under Donald Trump's directive, and they're going to continue to do it. We're going to work hand in hand with state, federal, local officers, and we're going to make D.C. safe again.
You know, it's funny, even in today's chat, when I preface what happened with the appellate court, still people are saying, I don't know about Pam Bondi. I don't know if she, what in the hell is it going to take? She has to arrest everybody? until you get Obama and Clinton, nothing else matters? You know, I've watched certain people on X, and I've realized at this point it is very profitable to go after Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. There's an entire underbelly of people out there who will gravitate to the stuff because they hate Kash, they hate Bongino, and they hate Pam Bondi. They don't think they're doing anything. Oh, they're just out there on television talking. I'm like, I show it to you. And I've criticized her. And I'm like, they're doing stuff. The nothing happening crowd at this point really you have to wonder about them. And the only reason they can keep saying nothing is happening because people who enjoy that content have to realize at this point that they're being bamboozled. They're not showing you. Here, let me see if I can find what I posted earlier. Hold on. Let me bring this up. Well, I had this one where I said, you know, Pam is now 23-0 because of getting this appeal done and getting this injunction thrown out. But when I look at some of the people who hate what's going on, nothing there. They don't talk about the winning. They don't talk about all the different things that are happening. I believe there was one yesterday when it was like 4,000 different child things happen. That's the best way I can say it here so that people upstairs don't get pissed off. But I don't get it. I don't get it how people... Here's another one. This was yesterday. DOJ breaks up human trafficking ring at several Nebraska hotels. 10 children and 17 adults were rescued. And I said, somebody told me nothing was happening. And I went and looked at some of the guys who say nothing is happening. I don't trust Pam. They don't tell anybody. Why? You have to wonder why. Because I could do that all day long. And I was first I was really in her camp. Then I became a doubter. And then I've been following over the last 7 months what's been going on. And I keep seeing all this stuff, all these wins stack up. But you look at some of the people who don't like what's going on, or if they have a hidden agenda, or if they found out, hey, here's a way to make money, I'm going to put stuff out for the people who don't look. And because people aren't looking, they don't know that she's actually stacking wins. And I'm thinking if you have a working frontal lobe, you might want to not dig into all this stuff these people are saying about nothing's happening, because I can show you every single day something's happening. Every single day.
Fundamentally, when you have a sanctuary city or a sanctuary state, aren't you, by definition, aiding and abetting in the law breaking? Mm-hmm. And if you are protecting them and not allowing, even though the federal government would have jurisdiction constitutionally, are you aiding and abetting? Are these politicians that are purposely hiding illegal immigrants or not informing or working with ICE, are they themselves guilty of crimes?
Well, and what they're trying to do, they're trying to protect criminal aliens. And what's going to happen if we keep this up? Criminals are going to flee to D.C., and we're not going to let that happen. And that's why at my directive, we have made Terry Cole now the commissioner over the police. We have made Gaddy Serralto my U.S. Marshal. He runs the entire show, keeping everyone organized, and they report directly to me, and I report to the President of the United States.
All right, so she just gave you the flow chart, the workflow. They work here, they answer to me, I answer to the President. That's the entire workflow right there. Again, here, let me go ahead. I'm going to have to get a tinfoil hat just so I have one. Here's a tinfoil hat for you. You see them going into the homeless encampments, and they're basically going in and tearing these homeless encampments down. And people just assumed that the people in these homeless encampments were just homeless people. Because you'd think, who else would want to live on the street or, camp out in Washington? So you're assuming They're all homeless people. Now, Maximus, you may say, yeah, or disagree. I'd love to hear what your feeling is on this, because I talked to one of my buddies, and I can't tell you where he is, but he said it's one of the easiest ways for would-be terrorists to go undetected. You know, some of these people are used to sleeping in the desert. Imagine if you want to do something bad to America, or you'd like to do something terroristic in nature, and you just went in one of these camps. You just decided you're going to sleep at, out in the street, but you're not really out in the street because you can go someplace, but that's your cover. Your cover is, I'm just a homeless guy. I'm not going to shave. I'm just going to let myself go a little bit so I blend in with the surroundings. But I've got a phone under my sleeping bag. Every once in a while I check in at this hotel and go meet with some people. Nobody's watching homeless people. And so remember, and it was earlier when they talked about it, it was Harris Faulkner said one of the people they arrested in the homeless camp was a Chinese national. So we don't know who's in these homeless camps because nobody checks the homeless camps. Especially if they just stay out of people's way and they eat out of the garbage. It's just the homeless. We don't have to worry about them. They're harmless. Perfect cover. And I wonder how many people think about that. If I want to go deep undercover and make sure nobody's paying any attention, the easiest way for me to do, especially if I had the White House in my sights, I just camp out. I just build a tent and, bring a shopping cart and make it look like I'm a homeless person. Nobody would ever know. You ever think about that?
You must comply. You must give the information to our ICE, to our Homeland Security officers. If they have information of an illegal alien living in D.C., they must give us that information. And we are going to stop crime, Sean, in D.C., and we're going to clean it up in this country. And President Trump is committed to that. No longer is that going to happen in this beautiful city where our tourists come, where our residents live. We all live here. We are going to keep it safe. And it's our nation's capital. It's beautiful, and it's going to be beautiful and clean again.
Yeah. And yes, somebody goes, Barry, it's not a flow chart. It's a chain of command. Same thing. Flow chart, chain of command, whatever you want to call it. Not a Venn diagram, but you understand what I'm saying. And so I've since this thing has rolled out, I was telling you guys, something doesn't seem right here. It seems a lot more excessive than just worried about some gangbangers. And again, I could probably take, I'm not even in law enforcement. I could try to take Maximus, a couple of my buddies, make sure they got the resources they need, and say, can you go take down these gangbangers, please? Can you make sure that nothing, and I'm sure giving them the opportunity and the green light, they'll do it. But all the Humvees and all this other stuff and bulldozing homeless encampments, I'm telling you, I think there's something else there. I really do.
Okay, let's focus and dial in. So D.C., sanctuary city, L.A., sanctuary city, San Francisco, sanctuary city, New York City, sanctuary city, California, sanctuary state. What does this mean in reality for all of these locations, municipalities, states moving forward?
They must comply. Yesterday, I sent out 33 letters to mayors around this country. I think 3 or 4 of them were in California alone, not surprising. I sent out letters to all of these mayors and to the governors saying, you must comply. We want to know what you're doing to comply with our federal government. So we're going to see, I'll let you know how they respond. They have 5 days to respond to me.
All right, so she's wiping out sanctuary cities, which I have no idea what the hell a sanctuary city is, and how did we get to this point where people declared sanctuary cities, where people and mayors and certain governors declared this is a sanctuary to avoid the law. because that's what it is. It's not like it's a home for kids to run when they need to get away from somebody or abuse women or anything. No, hey, we're just going to ignore the law and say we're not going to enforce anything, and all of you can come here. How did we get to that point? How did we get to the point where cities and states were like, we're going to protect these newcomers? Anybody that gets here, we're going to give you everything. We're going to lay out the red carpet for you. They're going to give you the red carpet like they did for Trump and Putin this morning. How? And now they're all complaining that she's being a fascist and she's being a Nazi and all. No, we have laws. The law says you can't do this. You can't be in this country illegally. Pretty simple, isn't it? So I hope you can see what's coming by her taking away the sanctuary city. That's going to be big.
Okay, let me move on, and I want to ask you about this incident where the DOJ employee charged with felony assault after hitting this federal agent with this Subway sandwich. May not sound like a big threat. What a lot of people may not be thinking of, an agent being assaulted like that, they have no idea what is being hurled at them. And
I actually saw people, the Bondi haters, we can call them, who were giving her a hard time because she arrested this guy. Oh, so you're going to arrest this hardened criminal who's throwing subs at people. Arrest them all. Anybody down there who thinks it's okay to abuse a cop, let's start doing that. Let's start making sure when they come out and protest on Saturday, I bet you they won't be in Washington. I bet you they won't be protesting in Washington because Trump already said, if you hit us, we're going to hit you back. And we're not going to let you spit at our officers. That's what Democrats want. Hey, don't touch anybody. You know, they're mad, they're upset, they're protesting. It's mostly peaceful. No, it's done. It doesn't matter that whether you spit, kicked, threw a Subway sandwich at somebody, you abused an officer. I'm sorry, your Subway sandwich could be the gateway drug. You realize at this point the Subway sandwich didn't work. Maybe you're going to pick up a weapon. In any event, and he worked for the Department of Justice, which should tell you everything, how many snakes there are. This dude works for Pam Bondi, and he hit a cop with a Subway sandwich.
And this is now going to be charged as a felony. What message is the Department of Justice now sending people that are attacking agents this way? And what do you say to the people that are tipping off?
Oh, and by the way, it would have been 24/7. It would have been 24/7 in the news if they pounded this guy into oblivion. You know it, and I know it. If that cop, if he didn't run, and the cop said bam and knocked him out, it would have been 24/7. Oh my God, look at the Nazis. The Nazis are beating up on this kid. You realize last week that, 4 or 5 hood rats stomped a couple of white people, but y'all don't want to talk about that. But the fact that you hit a cop and he hits you back it's awful. It's awful. I was hoping. I'm like, don't cut the film. Don't cut it. Let the cops catch up and beat the shit out of this guy. Oh no, he was running away. You don't have to use that kind of force. I know I didn't have to use that kind of force. I wanted to. I wanted to let him know that was a mistake, MFer. Because that way he'll think about it the next time he walks up to a cop and throws a turkey sandwich at him. And take that with you because I don't like mayonnaise. Feels good now.
Immigrants.
Well, we're coming after you. We've made that very clear. And that guy worked for the Department of Justice. Unbelievable. He came into our office every day, walked by law enforcement officers, worked in the criminal division. That's the deep state that we have been up against. Worked in our office, yet at night, he went out and did that. No longer. He's now a felon, charged with a felony, and he's fired from the Department of Justice. If you...
Oh, I feel like I'm in the movie Friday. You got fired on your day off? You got fired for throwing a sandwich? Okay, let me just tell you. You ain't doing crime right if your weapon is a turkey sandwich. You're not cut out for this, okay? Hey man, wasn't that a brick, not a stick somewhere? You threw a sandwich at him? Oh my gosh. Now you're going to be a felon, you got fired, and you got no satisfaction. You didn't hurt anybody. You didn't draw any blood. You maybe spilt some mayonnaise on him. That's about it. When the sandwich hit, maybe some mustard went on his... And instead of that, you got your ass whipped, you got locked up, and you lost your job. That's a great day.
Touch a law enforcement officer, if you spit on a law enforcement officer, if you batter a law enforcement officer, we are coming after you. No longer will you abuse the great men and women of law enforcement. We're going to stand by you, we're going to stand with you, and we're going to protect you.
See, that's why I couldn't be a cop. I realized at a very young age, you can't be a cop. Because when I was thinking about joining the FBI as a college kid, I was like, this is going to be awesome. This is going to be awesome. I get a gun, I get a nightstick, and so if somebody says something, pow! No, you can't do that. What do you mean? I'm ready. I've seen Dirty Harry. I'm ready to go. Because you hit me with a ham sandwich, I'm probably going to shoot you. I'm like, oh, you think I'm not chasing him. It's hot out here. Pow, I got him in the leg. No, it doesn't work that way, Barry. You have to go center mass. You probably wouldn't miss if you hit a running subject in the leg. I've seen it on TV. I've seen him. I'm just going to wing him, okay? I can't do that either. Nope. I am running after you. Maybe one of the other guys here can chase you because I'm going to take you out. So I'm not cut out for it. Maximus, I salute you because I'm not doing it. I've never, can't.
You know, I know you can't talk about very specific legal action that may be underway or a grand jury that may be impaneled, but we are reading that, in fact, a lot of the information that Tulsi Gabbard has been able to share with the public and make public, and the same with John Ratcliffe, that, in fact, there are people that purposely, my interpretation of it, seemingly trying to sabotage. I'll give you one example, the Russia hoax. We had a career senior intelligence assessment of the 2016 election. Then there was an order to go out and get another one because they didn't like the result of the first one. We know that the Hillary Clinton bought and paid for Russian disinformation dossier was used for not one but 4 FISA warrants, and yet they knew very early on that it was debunked and not true. If you lie to a FISA court, as a matter of law, don't you have an obligation to go back and tell the court as soon as you know that information you provided that court was inaccurate and not true?
Yeah, Sean, I can't confirm or deny whether we have a grand jury, an open investigation on anyone, but the weaponization of our government has ended. And Tulsi Gabbard, John Ratcliffe, Kash Patel, they're doing a great job. And no one in this country is above the law.
Okay, that's what Pam had to say about what's going on in Washington and other places. Let me show you what's going on. I don't know if they've got some sort of notification that something is about to happen, but as you could hear, it has gotten quite lively in this room. So, not sure exactly. See people walking up to the microphones, checking the microphones. I couldn't imagine that the press conference would be anytime soon or imminent unless they made great progress. Because right now, I believe they expected to be there for 4 or 5 hours. But something seems to be happening, or people are just getting restless. I'm not sure what the two guys up at the podium are doing, but that would be some good news. Again, so they're still meeting. There's nothing on any feed that shows that they're done or any deal's been cut. So what I'm going to do when I get done is basically, that's Jack Posobiec right there. That's Jack Poso. Poso's right there at the press conference. I don't know if y'all recognize him, but that's him in black jacket right there. Look up, Jack. Yep, that's Jack. So what we do, I got a couple more things for you, and then I'll check the feed, let you see it. If nothing's happening yet, I'll probably shut down, and then I'll watch closely. And if you see it come up on X that, hey, we're going to do something, because I don't think they'll just walk out. I think they'll post a notice or something. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Anyway, as you saw yesterday, the stock market hit a big record. Today it's down a little bit. Last time I checked, it was just a bit in the positive with a couple of hours left to go. Let me see what the numbers look like right now. And all right, so as of right now, it's a Friday. S&P is down a bit. NASDAQ is down 0.4, but the Dow Jones is up 34 points, or up less than 1/10 of a point. But in any event, I'm going to talk to you about gold and silver. As you guys know, I work with Lear Capital, and silver is about $35 an ounce. Gold is about $3,400 an ounce. So silver right now has a lot more opportunity for people who want to hedge. I don't buy silver and gold as a lucrative investment. I'm not expecting it to go up, up, and up, but it does go up, 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 and up, because it's up 35% in the last 12 months. When we started doing these shows, all the way back to the presidential campaign, Lear's been with me. And if you had bought Lear back then, either gold or silver, you would be up about 30 or 35% on your money. Even though it's a hedge, it keeps moving up. So if you're interested in getting any gold or silver, talk to my friends at Lear Capital.
It's genius. It's pure genius. America is the country that started the AI race. And as President of the United States, I'm here today to declare that America is going to win it. We're going to work hard. We're going to win it.
Why do so many financial experts call silver the most undervalued asset today? Because silver is essential to the future, from solar tech and electric vehicles to the explosive growth of artificial intelligence. Demand is rising fast, and yet silver is still trading at a bargain. With billions pouring into AI, silver prices have only one place to go, and that's up. In fact, silver may be the most overlooked asset class in financial planning. The opportunity for silver is well documented. The market for silver could double or even triple by 2026. You see, I believe in hard assets like this bar of silver. You can hold it in your hand, you can put it in your IRA, you can put it in your home safe, and relative to gold, it's very affordable. That's why I urge you to call my friends at Lear Capital and get their free report, The AI Revolution, and see why silver prices could be set to soar. Call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. But don't wait. We all know, we've seen it. The government can print lots and lots of dollars, but they can't print silver. All right, so let's go into the next story, which is basically, not basically, I hate when I say that, is Sean talking to Kash Patel. Let's go do it.
Now, it has been an action-packed 7 months for the Trump administration, but for everything that you see and hear on the news, there is so much more happening behind the scenes. At the FBI, the director, Kash Patel, is working around the clock with Dan Bongino and others and other agents. Not only are they dealing with the crime crisis left behind by Joe Biden and unvetted illegals, 12 to 20 million of them, but also peeling back the layers of what has been what we have reported as a deeply politicized, weaponized federal bureaucracy. For example, Kash Patel, the FBI director, recently uncovered thousands and thousands of Russia hoax documents inside these burn bags in a secret room at the FBI. The director also discovered official allegations from a Democratic staffer who accused Adam Schiff of orchestrating leaks of classified intelligence in order to hurt President Trump. Those allegations had been swept under the rug at the FBI, until now. And that's not all. According to a bombshell report from justthenews.com founder, editor-in-chief John Solomon, James Comey also accused of routinely leaking classified information to the New York Times through a friend, a professor at Columbia University. Just the tip of the iceberg. Anyway, here with the very latest, FBI Director Kash Patel. Kash, great to have you. Let's start with the burn room. Now, your knowledge of this issue runs wide and it runs deep because you were working with Devin Nunes at the time. I believe you were his chief of staff. You know a lot about this topic. Were you as surprised as I was that all of that information in that burn room existed?
Sean, I was blown away, but sadly, it's come to be expected in this town when corrupt bureaucrats weaponize and destroy law enforcement like predecessors of mine did at the FBI. And thankfully, Donald Trump's mandate and election victory was for transparency and accountability. Sean, just think about this for a second. Not only did we expose the Russiagate hoax with the greats like Devin and Trey and Johnny Ratcliffe when we were back there on the House Intel Committee excavating and exposing the FISA abuses, the corruption of political parties and the lies to a federal court just to illegally surveil a presidential candidate. I come in then years later, nearly a decade as a director of the FBI, thinking we uncovered most of it. But sadly, we found a room locked away in the Hoover building that contained burn bags. And just for your audience, Sean, a burn bag is a government bag that is specifically created to destroy classified evidence and shred and burn it, hence the name burn bag. We didn't find
anybody else wondering why this burn bag just happened to be sitting there? Me personally, I'm thinking to myself, I'm walking through the halls of the Hoover building and somebody says, go in that room there and see what you see. Oh, there's some burn bags in there. So the next thing I think of, we are 7 months into the presidency, probably 6 months since he's been the FBI director, probably 5 months since Dan Bongino was named the deputy director. I understand that the Hoover building is pretty big, but did you guys not walk through all the building when you got hired? How long have you been in possession of this burn bag? See, the story just broke a few days ago. But where did this burn bag come from? How was it just sitting there? And when exactly did you find it? That's the part of this we don't know. That's the part that makes my mind start to spin on this and go, wait a second, you guys aren't stupid. I'm sure you had your staff go from room to room. I'm sure they swept the building to make sure there were no bugs, no hidden cameras. I'm sure you went room by room by room and just wanted to find out what was going on. Are there cameras? Are there listening devices? Who sits here? What exactly do you do here? You walk through the entire building. I know because that's what I do. If I buy a property, I go through every single room. So you're trying to tell me that you've been in office for 6-7 months and all of a sudden you just happen to come across these burn bags. They're just sitting in this empty room. Anybody else raising their hand going, bullshit? Because I can't buy that. I've thought about it. I have dwelled on it, and I said to myself, and I've called a couple of friends, like, do you think they just stumbled on this room with this bag of goodies just sitting there? Like, hell no. No, that's a public story. There is no way in hell that they're just walking through one day and somebody said, go look in 248. Oh, 248, I haven't been there yet. And they opened the door at 248 and, oh, there's burn bags sitting here. And I think to myself, even as he's talking to Hannity, this has got to be bull. And I don't mean the burn bag didn't exist. I believe, again, tinfoil hat, this is another communication. This is another comm. This is not meant for my consumption or your consumption. This is meant for somebody else's consumption. They are telling these people, we got it. We have... and we know what you did. There ain't no damn burn bag that they just happen to find. I mean, you can tell me in the chat if you think that this thing has been sitting there in some room for the last 6 or 7 months, and nobody happened to go into this room in the Hoover building? When you know the snakes were all over the damn Hoover building, when you know the deep state had set up shop in this Hoover building, you didn't go room by freaking room and put the ceiling tiles up and look in there. Hell no. I would have given that entire building an enema. I'm going to go, hey, each room's going to take a couple hours because we're about to dig in through here. We're climbing through the ceilings. We're looking in the air conditioning vent. We're completely giving this room the enema treatment. And then we're going to do that with every single room. But now, on August 14th or 13th, you tell us we found a burn bag that we hadn't seen in a secret room. I don't know if you guys had thought that, but maybe my tinfoil hat's getting too big because I'm like, hell no. No, you've had this information. And now, think about this. Now, because maybe they didn't have a search warrant, maybe they didn't want to tell people that they found the hidden cameras and everything else, and so they made the story up. It was in this bag. We had this burn bag full of stuff. And wait to hear what was in the burn bag, because you were thinking it was just documents. And now we're finding out a new detail. It wasn't just documents. It was hard drives. Wait a second. So you're telling me when the sweeper went through and was scanning stuff, oh, there's something metal over here. You just happen to find this. Come on, Cash. I got more faith in Cash Patel than believe that.
We found 7. That wasn't the only thing we found in there. We found hard drives from our predecessors and prior.
Yeah. Okay, you are watching a movie of epic proportions. You're telling me that they left some bag behind, and the bag is sitting there, and there's 7 of them, not one. He just told you there were 7 of them. So there's 7 big ass bags in here, and guess what else, Sean? They had hard drives in them. Said no idiot ever who's in any sort of clandestine activity. I don't even leave the hard drives behind when I get a new computer. And you're telling me there's people in the FBI who are part of the deep state who just happen to leave hard drives laying around. I'm sorry. I have more faith in I'm not doubting Cash Patel. I have more faith in he and Dan that that's not exactly what happened. It's like, oh my gosh, y'all got a whole bunch of stuff you don't want people to know, and you just want them to think you just found it. Hard drives? Well, my hard drive right here is like an 8 gig hard drive. I've got a redundant, and I've got another server for all these damn videos we put together. And you're telling me you found 7 bags full of hard drives. Can you even imagine how many things are on those hard drives that you just happened to find that you missed for the last 7 months?
FBI leadership and folks like Page, Strzok, Comey, McCabe, Comey, the list goes on from Russiagate. The names were strewn all over these materials. Now, as our great Attorney General just told you, we can't deny or confirm what we're looking at, but what we can discuss is what we've publicly disclosed. And these documents have been publicly disclosed because the greatest way to educate and bring along the American public for transparency, initiative, and accountability under President Trump is to give them the documents. And step 1 is by cleaning house inside the walls of Hoover.
Okay, well, one of the important things you got to remember is that that's the FBI's job. You gather the evidence, and then it is examined, in this case, by the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. And, but there's been a lot of talk and a lot written about the investigation into a grand conspiracy. To the extent possible, what can you tell us about that? In other words, that this is long-standing. If it is, in fact, a grand conspiracy, the statute of limitations would be eliminated. Is that what the investigation is about?
Well, Sean, what we're doing is building a case for the American public under the Truth and Transparency and Accountability Initiative. And what I mean by that...
All right, so this is where the anti-Bondi, anti-Cash Patel, anti-Bongino people are feasting. because they're interpreting what he just said as that you're not looking to put this in the court system. You're looking to just show the American people and let it try in the public. I was like, no, come on, man. Y'all can't be that. You can't be that angry, needing of clicks to think that's what he means. Part of this is the education, because we didn't know, or many people didn't know, that our government was this bad. You gotta think, man.
Is A.G. Bondi brilliantly highlighted our partners, Director Ratcliffe at the CIA and Director Gabbard over at the DNI. We are working with them because the documents that would facilitate an investigation of this magnitude don't just rest at the FBI and DOJ. They're throughout the intelligence community. And we, the Russiagate guys...
You see, people, sometimes you're not listening. Okay, so I get this. I don't know if this is a joke or whatever. It says, my God, man, stop. Cash has got it. I'm not questioning Cash and whether he has the information. I'm not questioning whether Cash has the ability. I firmly believe he does. I'm questioning the story. I know he's got the documents. I know they're going to do something with it. I'm questioning the story that this burn bag was sitting in the building that he's been in charge of for the last 7 months, and nobody knew it was there. And by the way, it's got hard drives in it too. That's what I'm questioning. I personally think this is absolutely a communication meant for somebody.
Like Johnny Ratcliffe and myself, who investigated this information that we've known existed for years. At the same time, we're finding new material. So the best approach is to release this information with them and also go to our colleagues in Congress who have an oversight function on the judiciary committees and oversight committees and demand from us information and documentation that we can publicize. Things like the Durham Annex, which we've known have existed this entire time, but were classified for political reasons. We are educating the American public as we build through this transparency initiative. And where the investigation goes, I can assure you of this. We will max accountability for the American public. We delivered before when we ran the Russiagate investigation. I now happen to be President Trump's choice for FBI director, and I'm honored to lead that charge with our great partners in Johnny Ratcliffe and our great Attorney General and the prosecutors they have over there who are just as committed to justice as everyone should be, blindly so. We are going to de-weaponize the FBI and get its credibility back to the American people by delivering the accountability they need, by showing them what we're doing every step of the way. That has never been done before.
Will that help quiet the people at, the peanut gallery? Would that make you feel okay? Would that make you feel that something is going on, or would you prefer that you just do it? And I think that's where we're getting to. We're getting to a point right now where we have to wonder exactly, can we get this stuff done? I'd rather see certain people go away. At this point, I'm not even worried about the whole aspect of convictions as much as just start the process. But I think what he's saying is the process has already started. And I don't understand when I see certain people posting certain things, oh, they're not doing anything. If you were sitting on all this documentation, and if indeed grand juries have been impaneled, they're not going to tell you. That's the reason why grand juries are secret. And I don't know, I have no idea how long a grand jury takes to come back with an indictment. I don't know if it's 24 hours. I don't know if it's a week. I have no idea. I don't know how many times they've tried to get an indictment. Does anybody know that? Nope. But people will comment about it. Oh, nothing's happening. I'm seeing stuff happen. I'm seeing it and you're seeing it, but it's not the stuff that you want to see happen, nor are you going to see it until such time as the indictment is given. So I don't understand when people are complaining.
Restoring the FBI to its former greatness. That would be the words I would use to describe what needs to be done and I hope can be done. If we look at the declassified materials, for example, that Tulsi Gabbard released, we already had an intelligence assessment on the question of whether or not Donald Trump colluded with Vladimir Putin. Here I am in Alaska. They will have a summit tomorrow. And in fact, the conclusion of senior career intelligence officials was it did not happen. There's no evidence at all that it happened. Then the report suggests that Barack Obama himself, along with his top intel officials, that would probably be people like Brennan and Clapper and maybe some others, decided to do a new intelligence assessment because they didn't like the old one. And they got a narrative that moved forward. But yet also they added something, and I believe it was John Brennan that said they did not do this, but then they used the Hillary Clinton bought and paid for Russian disinformation dossier. That was also used by James Comey for the FISA applications. He signed 3 of the 4. He was warned in August of 2016 not to use it. And then we knew definitively by December of 2016 that, in fact, that dossier had been debunked and that Christopher Steele was incredible. So the question is, a timeline.
Oh, there actually is a question. I'm surprised Kash Patel didn't fall asleep. I'm like, the question is, why didn't you just ask your damn question, Sean? I'm sorry, you've been on television for 25 years, but I'm like, damn, bro, what's the question?
You add that to the 2020 election and the fact that by March of 2020, they knew Hunter's laptop, they had verified its authenticity and that it was real, and then they're pre-bunking it by meeting weekly with big tech companies, and then when it gets dropped, which they knew would happen because of Rudy Giuliani's attorney, they knew Bob Costello had a copy.
I thought he was ready to ask the question. Even Kash Patel's like, bro, I don't need the history lesson. What's your question? Sometimes I wonder about some of these people in the media because I'm like, dude, you got the guy sitting there. You got the FBI director right in front of you, and you're giving a dissertation instead of just asking him the question you want him to answer.
Are they putting cinder blocks on the scales of elections? Was weaponization from 2020 to 2024 designed to bloody up Trump? In other words, do we have 3 presidential elections, potentially, that cinder blocks were put on the scales of the election so the results would come out the way one team wanted it to come out, the team in power?
Here's the beauty of it, Sean. You don't have to trust me or trust you. That's all. Everything you recited, the summary you just gave, is years of excavating documents that these deep state actors held and buried and documented their own corruption.
You see, I know the video's out of sync, but that was the best one I could get. Here's the problem with what they're saying right now, and this is why people feed or feast on the ambiguity of things. You're talking about stuff we already know. You're talking about the Hunter laptop. We know. You're talking about, what's his name? The dude with the ponytail. Christopher Steele and the fake dossier. We already know. What people want to hear is, what are you doing about it? And I can't stand when they continually to do these interviews without getting to the point. What's next? What's the next thing we're going to see? Because that's what causes the problem right now. Pam came right out, bam, right to the point. This is what we're doing. And for some reason, this interview didn't go the same way.
Because they were arrogant enough to think no one would ever find it, that Donald Trump would never become president and appoint a cabinet that would go in and investigate this matter thoroughly. And when you start connecting the dots, here's what I learned, Sean, when I ran the Russiagate investigation. As bad as the crime is, the corruption cover-up from senior government officials who are sworn to uphold their duties and accountability for the American public, they are the ones that violated that trust the most internally and need to be held accountable. So the people you've listed and the names you're calling out aren't surprises. Their names are on those documents. Those documents are public. The FISA is public. The 302s are public. The Strzok page texts are public. Documents are being released weekly by Johnny Ratcliffe and Tulsi, making it public. The burn bag information is coming out. The Durham Annex is coming out. The classified appendix is coming out. The American people are going to see and hear the names themselves, and they can touch and feel it. As far as what my investigators are going to do, these guys are the best in the business, and we've assembled a team of accountability, and we're going to deliver for the American people like never before, because that's what the American people elected Donald Trump to do.
I agree. I agree that that's what the people elected Donald Trump to do, and he picked you to get it done. Chilled says, and he says it chillingly, what the heck is it going to take for people to realize stuff is happening, and maybe it's not to your liking? It's only been 8 months. Things don't happen overnight. That's what I'm saying. But I can actually show people what things are happening. I would have rather that he came out and said, here, if he could, let's go through Tulsi's documents. That would have been pretty cool. But anyway, I trust him. And now let me rephrase it. I hate when people say I don't trust somebody. I don't know him, so I can't say I trust him. I trust Donald Trump, and I can say that because I've been following him, and I'm in depth with all the things he's doing, and I think he made the right choices, and I think they're doing things according to his direction. So, in that regard. I want to show you something, because this is very interesting. BLS sent it to me, and then SV sent me the same thing. So, one of the things when they were on the red carpet, when I say they, I'm talking about President Trump and Putin, and you saw Putin look up. Well, there was a video, and now we're getting video, and what was Putin looking at? Well, wait till you see what he's looking at, because while they timed it perfectly. They timed it absolutely perfectly as Putin got off the plane and started walking. Watch this. This is pretty cool. All right, so let me get the window so you don't miss this. Watch this. Hey, you like that, Vlad? That was pretty cool, huh, Vlad? Yeah, you like that? Yeah, that was pretty awesome, dude. Yeah, watch up. Hey, Vlad, look up real quick. Look what we can do to you. You don't even see it coming. Oh my God, that's my plane right there, bro. That's my stealth bomber. And look at them, they look like high school kids right here. Yeah, you see that? I'm like, oh my goodness, that's what he looked up at and that's what he saw. Yeah, we could do some really serious stuff with that, Vladdy. Take a look. It's crazy. He flew the stealth bomber right over his head with a couple fighter jets. Whew. Was that a flex? I don't know if that was a flex or not, but they sure enough like two little high school boys. That was pretty cool, bro. Yeah, I like that. Didn't look scary, but looked like the two guys were like chumming with each other. I hope something happens. All right, so just to let you know, more and more people seem to be milling about here in the room. Not sure when or what they're going to do and how long it's going to be. So I'm going to take some not super chats yet, take some comments here, and we'll keep an eye on these people. But if they're not done, say in the next 15 minutes, I'm gonna go off. I'll put the after party on, and watch it. I know it's gonna happen. As soon as I put the after party on, they're gonna show up. And so, what I'll do is this. You guys tell me. Do you want me to leave this feed up? You want me to just leave the feed up and we'll be ready when they come, or should I put the after party on, cut it, and then come back on when they're ready to do their press conference? So you're gonna have to let me know. I'll do it either way. If you guys want, just let it hang out. But we've been going, just so you know, we've been going 3 hours. That means that they've been talking for right now 2.5. About 2.5 is when they went into whatever session they were doing. So let me know in the chat what you guys want me to do. Leave it on or to come back with a second show. Either way. Because on Fridays I only usually do one show. So I'll do what you prefer. Let's take some comments. Enoch says leave it to whatever's best for you. It doesn't really matter to me. You want me to leave it up? I don't want you guys to get bored because it may just be nothing. You know. SV says leave it on. All right, so that's what I'll do. I'll leave it on. I can go grab something to eat and talk to Robin and see what's going on. Everybody said leave it on. All right, so it's almost everybody said leave it on. Got it. All right, so we'll leave it on once I'm done, and then I'll go eat. I'll leave it up, and I can hear it if they start talking, and I'll run back in here once it begins. All right. That should be pretty good. Put on Bugs Buddy. I do have you know what I can do? Let me see what I have in the can here. Well, you know, some people just like to see the background and what's going on. So that may be cool because you're there, you can see the press and everything the press is doing and everything. Oh, I forgot to tell you, do me a favor. I'm going to show tomorrow, I'm going to take the submissions from the people who put in videos. And so if you put a video, we're going to show it tomorrow. And if you'd like to put in a video, please go here to fanfareshop.org/submit video. You can go ahead and record a video. And tomorrow afternoon, when I do tomorrow afternoon show, we'll go ahead and play a bunch of the videos. So you're welcome to put one on. Pretty much everybody said, leave the feed. Sir, we'll leave the feed. I got to go and put Midas on. I can tell you this. When I get my new studio set up, I'm going to set up a Midas cam. I'm going to have a camera that focuses just on him because he cracks me up sometimes when I look over at him and he's sleeping. Because he sits in here every single show. And he'll sit here for 3 hours until he feels like he hears Robin and it's dinner time, because he eats dinner about 5:15, 5:30, right? So right now he's out. She came and got him, but I'll get some for him. Let's see. Okay, so the volume. Yes, I will leave the volume on. I want to hear some people personal talking. Yes, I will do that. All right. So let me go ahead and do super chats, and you guys feel welcome to hang out. I'm not sure when they'll come on, but they will be coming back on, and the sooner the better. So I'm going to make sure I have it, and I'm watching too while I go grab something to eat. All right, so let's go ahead and do super chats. Yeah, I'm going to do super chats now because in case nothing happens, then I gotta run back in here. Hold on, and let me pull this up. And let's see what's going on, because I'm seeing a lot of people moving around, but I don't see like the normal people. So maybe a whole lot of them didn't go to Alaska. That may be something too. I don't see the Caitlin Collins type. Who knows? Maybe she didn't go. She didn't get the invite. A lot of these people look different. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. Trump is watching and waiting for your intro to the Then Depart to Played. Great week of shows, Barry. Thank you. John Parr, I think part of any deal has to include for Russia to pay for Ukraine rebuilding. Why? Why? Who is Ukraine going to pay for Russia's rebuilding? Why would Russia have to agree to repay for their rebuilding? I'm just looking at the people in the room there. They're all smiling. That's interesting. Lucrio Cepedal, Dems just want to keep ripping off money with their kind of rules. Exactly. Hey, hello, Beverly. Basically, we're at a war right now. Don't think otherwise. We are most assuredly at war. The communists want America to disappear. Al Phelps, thank you. NJ Sound, I hope the leaders choose peace. Yes, me too. Joanne Silver, Barry, love you as much as I love President. You're my two favorite men in the world. Both do a great job. Thank you very much. Ed Powell, have you ever heard the song In the Year 2525? Yes, I have. Very ominous song. In the year 2525. Yes, I have. Kuini o te ao. Thank you, Barry, watching from the Gold Coast, Australia, praying for peace and safe return home for POTUS and the A-Team. Yes, mahalo. Cindy Brook, world peace is what America wants. This is what we voted for. Absolutely. Justin, and it's interesting that we're on a Friday because the market will explode Monday if they make a big announcement. Just another nugget. They're not reporters. They're hecklers. Probably. Salrak. Correction, Putin does know how to speak English, but not a lot, and he understands. There's even a video of him speaking English. He also plays piano. So he and Trump probably knows what level of English he can speak. And they look like they were laughing. Look at the plays, man. Look at those plays. City Brook, all we were saying is give peace a chance. Indeed. Kuani, again, this is the best by far POTUS. He is. Roberto Esteban Marino, yes. Thank you. Kuini again. Trump and Putin have a rapport already. Oh, they've had it for years. That actually is why they went with the Russian hoax that they did, because they knew they were buddies. Kuini, press poop show, rabid dogs. Okay, you're talking about the media when they started screaming. Yeah, crazy. Trump didn't look happy. Timo James, did anyone else notice Baldwin's veiled threat? Yep. At the very, I said I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but at the very end of what he said, he's like, yeah, then we can get rid of something else. Do you think JD didn't go just in case? Actually, I heard to the contrary. I heard that JD was actually there, but he wasn't in the room with everybody, so I don't know. But they had put out there that JD was actually going to go. So that was interesting. Solrek, imagine Biden doing this. Nope, crickets, nope. We ice cream let me bump to the wall. Ouch, I fell. Veni, Vidi, VC. Thanks, Barry, and the Mod Squad. Thank you. Again, please say a prayer for Beth. Hope she's okay. NJRM, thank you. Sergeant Grandma, drag the darkness into the light. Chapo mistakenly stopped at a red light in Jamaica, New York after 12 a.m. once. They tried to take me in my work truck. Wow. I took off and got one. Better him than me. Wow, wow, wow. Crazy. Benedetto, Trump trying to make us safe, Dems say no good. Trump trying to make us rich, Dems say no good. How about we just vote the Dems out? I don't know how they get the votes that they do. They have to be cheating. Mr. Wise Guy, B-2 bomber with escorts with leaders on the red carpet. Boss move. Boss move. Redeeming Patriots, local media called earlier fiasco a photo op, and they will take questions after the meeting. So they're still all milling around, not really sure what's getting ready. The interpreters are standing by, so, well, I'll put it on and we'll see what happens. Benedetta, why the hell are the left fighting Trump on safety, tooth and nail? Is TDS developing into a stronger strain? Because they know they can't get away with their crap. Mama C, they should charge that guy from the Department of Justice with assault, a Bradley weapon. Oh, that's a good one. Gina Duncan, thank you. My father ran deep undercover ops in the Army, Navy, and Marines. He served 2 hitches in 1 branch, honorably discharged, and entered basic training for the next. He stayed the entry-level rank. My hero. Way to go. Del Hole, can we make Ukraine a territory? That'll stop any future invasion. That would be nice. We paid for it. Vincent, Barry, you could see Uncle Ted eat the sandwich, pull the bow as he takes his last bite and say, leg, one arm. Uncle Ted, you talk about Nugent, I would assume. He might come down here because they just legalized bear hunting down here. And so they may bring him down here. All right, so what's the next one? Thomas Irwin, Barry, please bring back old intro, outro. The show is awesome. Old intro? I'm not sure which one you mean. Cindy Brook, Mega 100, keep up the good work, America. Thank you. Robin K, make orange jumpsuits great again. I agree. Kuini again, thank you. Vincent, Barry, we may be watching a game of poker with Cash to see who folds, not knowing if Cash has a royal straight. Yep, I think it's a communication. I just can't even swallow the fact that there was this burn bags full of stuff that they didn't see before. Angelia Willimon, maybe Trump had materials the whole time, maybe why Mar-a-Lago was raided, then Trump gave the cash. Could possibly be. Mr. Wise Guy, tinfoil hat, what did DJT take with him first term that they were frantically trying to find? Where were we? It jumped on me there. Mama C, he will no longer be the breadwinner when they put him in custody. You talk about the subway guy. Oh gosh, Tommy, it's like they're walking onto the football field, Barry, and the jets fly by. A couple of boys hashing it out. I hope. So cool, those F-22s. Yeah, when I saw the video, and thanks BLS for sending it to me and SV, I was like, these are 2 dudes just hanging out, having fun. Should tell you something. Benny Viti, thanks Barry for food for Midas. Thank you very much. Donna Upton, thank you. Tania, thank you. Flex away, Mr. President. That was a serious flex. Tahare Garakani, you go ahead and rest a little. You're working so hard. We appreciate you. Thank you. I'm not really going to take a rest. I'm more hungry than anything else. I'm hungry. Thank you, Barry and Fanfare. Thank you, Queenie. Captain Danny, newsflash, Midas gets 2 million followers in one day. What? He thinks he's like auditioning for like Playdog magazine. He always sits on his back like this and just like sleeps. So it's pretty funny watching him. Oh, he's such a slut. Darluisa, thank you. Kari Hasenauer, 17th letter drop, Cash Patel interview. We didn't find just one burn bag, Sean. We found 7 burn bags. 1 and 7 together is 17. This was in a 17th letter drop. Many other comments out there. Make sure you go, Yeah. There's a lot of weird stuff happening out there. Let me just look at this one. Darluisa Segal, I want to see Hillary nominate Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. That would be kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. All right, so guys, I'm going to go grab something to eat. I'm going to let this thing, just so you can see, before I go out, this is what's going on. The microphone, not microphone, but the audio is on, but they're not saying anything. So, or they put it this way: I have the audio on. It doesn't look like they've turned. All right. Okay. Okay. So there's 2 guys up front. They're practicing being. They're practicing being Putin and Trump, and so they're practicing the handshake so the cameras can see. And he's trying to be taller to be Trump. Oh man, this is funny. This is really funny. All right, go across, guys, and shake hands. Ready? Do it. So what you're going to hear and what you just heard, I have the sound up. They're just not turning on the feed sound. And what you just saw was they turned it up and then turned it right back down. So look, one guy's trying to look tall. And that's got to be for the cameras because Trump's way taller than Putin. That was interesting. I didn't realize they plan it that much. They plan it to the point where they have to practice what it looks like when the 2 guys come together and shake hands. Oh, we'll watch this. Watch this. And so they. So what do you do for work? Well, I played Putin yesterday. I played Putin at the press conference. And what do you do? I got to play Trump. Yeah, that's what. These guys are probably making all kinds of money, and then get there to pretend that they're the 2 guys behind the podium. That's too funny. That just cracked me up. I'm sorry. I thought it was funny. All right, so it's been 3 hours. I got to go to the bathroom. I got to get something to eat. I will leave the full feed up, and I will.
News. In other words, when I leave, if there's breaking news, that's a bad thing. That means they got me on something. Let's go.
After you.
He's a good golfer, everybody.
We started after a short break for a call with a world leader in the president's office on board. You just had me in the office here, and you had a phone call with the leader from Belarus, Lukashenko. And you talked about this meeting. Can I ask you what he told you about the possibilities?
Well, I really called him to thank him. He released 16 prisoners, and it was a very nice thing. They've been trying to get these 16 people out for a long time. Biden was obviously unable to do it. Even other countries, because it's not just Americans. And he was great. He let them out, and I just called to thank him. And believe it or not, there's about 1,300 more. And I think he'll let them out, too, at some point in the very near future.
And what about his thoughts about this meeting that you're going to in Alaska?
He was very positive about it. He's friends with President Putin, as you know, very, very close neighbors. And they work together. And he thinks that President Putin wants to make a deal. He wants to stop this horrible killing. He mentioned it himself. He said it's a horrible situation. And he said he has great respect for me and for the country, but he didn't have a lot of respect for our country under a certain different leader. And I can understand that because nobody else did either.
So what are your expectations? I mean, is the goal of this meeting in Alaska to walk away with a ceasefire?
So when you talk about deals, it's all I do. My whole life I do deals. You never know. You don't like to have too many expectations. You want it because you have to weave and bob, and you don't know what's going to happen. But we're going to go and find out. I'd like to see a ceasefire. I wouldn't be thrilled if I didn't get it, but everyone says you're not going to get the ceasefire. It'll take place on the second meeting. The second meeting is going to be but I'm not going to be happy with that. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to be, I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. Now, I say this, and I've said it from the beginning, this is really setting the table today. We're going to have another meeting if things work out, which will be very soon. Or we're not going to have any more meetings at all, maybe ever.
Don't you sense that Putin comes to this table maybe in an economic pinch, and that maybe the things you've already done have put him in an economic pitch? Is there an economic side to this, as Russia hoping to open up to the world?
Well, he lost an oil client, so to speak, which is India, which was doing about 40% of the oil. China, as you know, is doing a lot. And others, I have another few countries. And if I did what's called a secondary sanction or a secondary tariff, it would be, very devastating from their standpoint. If I have to do it, I'll do it. Maybe I won't have to do it.
He's coming, though, with the thought that maybe there's going to be a deal on the economy. He's coming with businessmen and...
Yeah, they're bringing a lot of people. Over 500 people are coming. A lot of them are businessmen. And what they really would like to do is, look, we built in a short period of time the greatest economy ever. I had the 4 greatest years ever as an economy, and this is going to blow it away. We're doing well. We were a dead country, and I say this often. I'll say it loud and clear. I may have to start liking her again. I will say this. This is an important meeting. The second meeting potentially is more important. It could be more finality. It's not for me to negotiate for Ukraine, but I think I have a pretty good idea what they'd like to see and what's good and what's not good. But more importantly than the deals and all of the things we've been talking about of their lives, they've lost right now 5,000 to 7,000. They're losing a week, mostly soldiers, Russian and Ukraine soldiers. Think of this. You have Russian soldiers, you have Ukrainian soldiers. They're losing on average 5,000. Last week, they lost 7,011 soldiers and some other people where bombs were lobbed into Kiev and other places. It's something that has to stop. And I'll tell you what, if I didn't win this election, and if I wasn't doing this, you right now could be in a third world war. That was heading to a third world war,
You've said before that we got a lot of BS thrown at us by Putin. What is it about an in-person meeting that makes you think he's not going to, in your words, give you BS? I mean, how are you going to trust him because you can look across the table at him?
Well, look, I've known him very well. I had a very good relationship despite the Russia hoax. It was a hoax. And that really made the relationship much harder. But I had a good relationship with him. We had no problems. We had, a country that we were getting along. We were doing fine. We have tremendous potential. Russia has very valuable land. We have tremendous potential to have a great relationship, a great business relationship. But we couldn't do it because of the crooked, demented people that created the phony Russia. And I told him, I said, Vladimir, there's no way we're going to make a deal. You know that. He said, well, I think it's going to be tough. I said, no, not tough. It's impossible. Because I have wise guys that created a phony deal. And until that settled up, that was the hoax, the big hoax, one of the greatest hoax. I think we have a lot of others that we can talk about, all by the same group of very, very bad Americans. I'm going to be nice when I say it that way. But we have a potential to do some very good things at this meeting. One of the things I think we'll discuss, and again, it's about Ukraine, but we have nuclear treaties to discuss. We have a lot of things to discuss that normally would be something that would come naturally, but it's not so natural now because of Ukraine.
You had Steve Witkoff go talk to Vladimir Putin, so there has to be some sense that you have going into this that you're going to have something, because otherwise, you said you'd go in and look him across the table and be able to say in the first 2 minutes whether it was going to happen or not.
I'll be able to tell very quickly whether or not this will be a good meeting. A good meeting really is more, in my opinion, scheduled to be the second meeting, but I won't be happy about that. I'm not looking to waste a lot of time and a lot of energy and a lot of money doing this. I want to get it done, and I want to really stop them this week, not next week. So we're going to have a second meeting. Now, it could be that if this meeting's bad enough, that I'm gone.
1986, Reagan walks away from Reykjavik with Gorbachev, and it was a strong moment. I mean, you could foresee if it goes down a bad path, you get up and walk away.
I'm not doing it based on history, based on anything else. I'm doing it based on a deal. If we make a deal, great. If I see that there's no hope of making a deal, I'm out of there. It's over. I'm out of there. This isn't my war. This is Biden's war. This is Biden screwed this up, just like he did with Afghanistan with that horrible retreat. And the way he did it, I'll never forget it. That was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. Well, this is Biden's war, too. This is a war that should have never happened. I saw it for 4 years. It didn't happen. And I understand Putin. It was the apple of his eye. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. There was no way he was going to move on it. I'll tell you, you have a very similar thing with President Xi of China and Taiwan. But I don't believe there's any way it's going to happen as long as I'm here. We'll see. He told me, I will never do it as long as you're president. That's President Xi told me that. And I said, well, I appreciate that. But he also said, but I am very patient, and China is very patient. I said, well, that's up to you, but it better not happen now.
These guys, both Xi and Putin, have said things before that they didn't live up to, or they did other things. And, you know, when you were campaigning, you said, we can solve this right away, 24 hours. You got into it. You've explained it's much more complex. It's tougher, right?
So I thought this would be, I settled 6 wars recently, like Congo was going on. This was with Rwanda, was going on for 31 years, and I got it settled. We have a case with, take a look at Cambodia, take a look at so many. And the most difficult ones turned out to be easy. The easiest one, which should be this one, turned out to be the toughest.
And that's because of Putin?
Well, it's because of a lot of things. It's because of personalities that don't get along very well. I mean, President Zelensky and President Putin did not get along. Again, I inherited this. I came in, I got very angry at people yesterday. I came in and I said, what the hell? I inherited this mess. I inherited a mess from Biden with the economy, with inflation, with high taxes, with so many other things.
You've said that there could be very severe consequences if Putin doesn't do a ceasefire, if this falls apart. But you've also in the past said that sanctions you don't think really affect Russia because he's gotten around him before. What does severe look like?
Severe. Let me just tell you one other one. Cambodia, Thailand. It was starting. And I got it right at the beginning. But many people are dead right along the border. And I happened to be talking to one of the two parties, and I said, are you guys going to war again? Because they've been fighting for, as they said, 500 years. I said, how long are you fighting? I said, 500 years, on and off, right? I said, this is not good. I got that one solved. So we're going to see what happens. We're going to have a meeting today. Hopefully it'll be good. If it's bad, if it's something I don't see a future in, I'm a deal guy. If it's something I don't see a future in, I'm gone. I'll leave. I don't have to do a press. I'll just say, not going to be a deal. I'm out of here. And I go back to the United States and I preside over the economy that, wait till you see what's happening with all of this. You know, we have trillions of dollars pouring in. Even people that were against tariffs only because they didn't understand tariffs, they didn't even know what a tariff was. You had economists that didn't even know what a tariff was. They're all my biggest fan now. They're also, you see it. We have an economy that's going to be the best ever, I think, in the history of our world.
When you land in Air Force One, it sends a different signal. It's a pretty good way to travel. And we're going to land in this base in Alaska that's going to have a lot of military equipment there on the ground. It's pretty impressive.
Well, I think people are going to be impressed, and I hope your cameras can look at it. It's a very big base, and it's got a lot of great equipment. We have F-22s. We have the B-2 bomber that everyone saw. How about that? 36 hours back and forth. Not a screw was loose. Not a plane went down, even from a mechanical standpoint. If you take a look at the last raid into Iran, it was the helicopters, Jimmy Carter, what a shame that was, that whole thing. And then they ended up taking our great patriots as prisoners. And it was the exact opposite. This was a flawless campaign.
And it sent a message to the world.
It sent a message, and that plane is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. But when you land, you'll see the B-2s. You'll see, I think the most beautiful fighter jet in the world is the F-22. You're going to see F-35s all over the place. It's a big base. You're going to see lots of equipment, and I hope your cameras can cover it because it will be very impressive.
Mr. President, thanks for the time. Thanks for the ride, and we'll talk to you on the way back.
All right, everybody. As you can see, there is a lot. Of course, as soon as I turn it on, there's a lot of activity going on. So we must be getting close to some sort of reveal. Looks like President Putin right there. So he's heading to the conference room. All right, so we got a whole bunch of stuff going on. Looks like we're about to get this press conference. Hopefully they have their feed correct and we can actually get it. But it seems as though they were in there for a good 3-4 hours. Once they get this feed correct, we'll actually probably see the press conference. Inside the press conference room, I saw all the network heavy hitters are in there. They're just, let me just move that out of the way until they get it fixed. And when they get it fixed, we'll go to that. So let me kill the banner because it is just about press conference time and we won't need that. All right, so they're getting the feed ready. I can see that they're doing all kinds of different things. We're right there. We are right there finally. After all this time, it appears to me that the fact that everybody is scurrying around, which you can see again here.
At the same time, on your headsets, it should be 00 floor, 01 should be English, and 02 should be Russian on your headsets. So again, just doing a couple last minute checks, making sure everything is going through as it should. Thank you.
Кремлевский пул, у вас все хорошо, все нормально? Камеры, покажите, пожалуйста, большой палец, что все нормально. Все, спасибо большое.
All right, so they were there getting a mic set. All that's left now is for the two bosses to come on out and please announce that you found a deal. Please announce to the world that you're close to a deal. That would be awesome. It's funny, while he was talking to Brett Barron, I was showing that. I was watching that they had, I saw all the network people. I forget this guy who's standing up. But Caitlin Collins is sitting right there next to him, and she was doing her stuff to get ready. So the room is full, just waiting for the two main guests to arrive. Hope you guys had a chance to go grab something to eat. And if everything is copacetic, we may hear some history. Obviously, we're probably not going to hear the finality of a deal because the other guy's not there, the other guy being Zelensky. But we shall see what the heck is going on here real soon. Real soon, we'll find out. So I'm glad you guys came. Somebody said Acosta. No, Acosta's not there. Zelensky's not there as well. So I see the guy doing his news hit. I forget his name. Peter Alexander. That's his name. Peter Alexander, who's doing his hit for MSNBC, no doubt. What is Fox showing? Fox seems to be showing General Jack Kellogg. Let's see what he has to say about things. Maybe I can pull him in here if I can get things working for him. Let's see what General Kellogg has to say. And that's just Brett Baer. I thought they were here. Let's listen in.
There, Jackie kind of got the red alert that this was the time, right?
Yeah, Brett, we were moved as a press corps into these seats and told that this news conference could begin as soon as 10 minutes away. That was about 10 minutes ago, and it happened pretty suddenly. As far as we were aware, the expanded bilateral lunch that the president was supposed to have that included the Secretary of Treasury, the Secretary of Commerce, the Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, and also the Defense Secretary, that had not yet happened. As far as we were told, the president was still in that 3-on-3 meeting that included Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff, and then also on the Russian side with Putin, Lavrov, and a foreign policy aide. And we were told by the president that if things were not going well, he was going to call this off, send Putin home, and address the press alone. So, of course, when we were hurried into our seats, we were watching the stage to see if a second podium came down. It has not. And we had a gentleman come out and just do a sound check in Russian at the second podium. So we expect to see both leaders here. But of course, it is in advance of the timeline that we were expecting, which just might be a signal that the president got through the items that he cared to talk about and maybe was not going to entertain the long list of other things that Russia had on its mind, namely economic partnerships and different agreements where the U.S.-Russia relationship could move forward. The president has made pretty clear that his main objective today is to get a ceasefire so that a second meeting can be set up, because Ukraine has made clear that a prerequisite for a second meeting.
So the only thing that she's saying that is true, the only thing that she's saying is real, is that they got the call to get in there. Everything else is just complete supposition. Nobody yet knows what's going to happen. I mean, I guess we could kind of look into this and say, you know what? He said he was leaving if he didn't get something he wanted to hear. He didn't leave, so he's coming out to this press conference. We do see both podiums up there. We saw them testing the microphones, so they will be both talking. What they're going to say, we don't know. And I don't like being any supposition. All the other stuff they're talking about is pure supposition. They don't know. Until these guys walk out, we don't know if a deal has been cut, if there's some sort of infrastructure for a deal. We shall find out. But she said that the reporters got the 10-minute warning, and that's why everybody's there. So we are imminent with this. So we shall see very, very soon what's going on. We have an Alaskan senator who's now talking. We can listen in on him.
With the sanctions, there's no doubt that he would not have come here without the threat of sanctions. We know that. The European leaders have said that. You see it by unleashing our military. You see it by unleashing our American energy. Our allies, the president has been working really closely with our allies, a great source of American strength. NATO's back up to 5%. It's strengthened. And you know, Alaska exudes all of that American energy with our military here. You saw the flyover with the energy that we have here. And even our allies. We have a huge military exercise going on. Northern Edge has allies from all over the world. We got a carrier strike group coming up into Alaska's waters. So that strength.
Okay, so news is breaking very quickly. This one from Nick. Nick's a trusted source. And actually, it was a double source because it was from Eric Doherty first, right, as you can see there. So he retweeted what Eric said. Breaking: Trump and Putin both will be at this press conference very soon. This is great news. As I was saying, as you heard earlier, President Trump said he would be doing it alone if the meeting didn't go well. So it's likely that the meeting went well. And this is probably more important. Trump is reportedly on the phone with European leaders right now. Okay, so if Trump's on the phone with the European leaders right now, then he's breaking some news to them. And he's telling them, here's what we're going to do and here's how we're going to do it. And he wouldn't be breaking news to them if something wasn't imminent. Something has to be imminent. Something is probably about to happen. Otherwise, he said, and there was a couple times, like, I'm going home. If we don't get close to something, I'm out. So we may be seeing history here very, very soon. That would be pretty doggone awesome. Let's listen into that senator again.
Look, I think the president and your interviews were great. Congratulations. But I think the president has been very clear that this is a table-setting exercise with the threshold issue, a ceasefire. So whether or not they got the ceasefire or not, I think is going to be really important. I was actually pleased to see Secretary Hegseth here, the NATO commander, the Supreme Allied Commander, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, because if there's going to be a ceasefire, those are the experts you need to see how you would lock that down. But that's the important threshold issue, it seems to me, with the president. And then, then he talks about if it's not, we're going to have severe consequences. I think the fact that he's talking about severe consequences, I was on Air Force One right when the president landed to greet him. But, he talked about, hey, we will move to severe consequences, and maybe secondary sanctions on China could be coming if this isn't successful. So I hope the threshold issue of a ceasefire has been reached, and if that's the case, this is a very successful summit.
We're getting word now from the pool. It could be 5 minutes, the two leaders coming out. You'll see it obviously right here on Fox News Channel. Senator, thank you. Stand by if you would. Harold Ford Jr., I want to get you digesting that interview on Air Force One and what we're seeing right now.
Okay, so see people getting ready to... they're all getting ready, taking selfies, I guess. I don't know. But if there is a deal of some sort on the table, expect to see the Democrats lose their mind. And then I would almost think, how are they going to make Zelensky go along with it? Because anything he announces today with Putin, right away, Zelensky's like, I wasn't there, I didn't get to go, and I'm not doing it. So what are they going to say to Zelensky to make sure that he gets in line with whatever is announced here? That is a good question. How are they going to keep him from mucking up the waters per se? I'm looking to see if there's any more information being posted, but this is probably I think that's Caitlin again right there. Looking for more stuff. Don't see anything. Let's go ahead and keep listening to these guys over here.
Print that the USSR, the Soviet Union had back in my 20s, even before I got to Congress. So I'm hopeful this evening, largely because of what you said a few minutes ago. You have a young man up there practicing in Russian on one of those microphones. So hopefully this is something this evening that the Ukrainians accept and welcome and the world embraces in a mighty way.
Yeah, I don't think anybody in the delegation from the U.S. is practicing the Russian, so I think that might be a sign. And they also still have two podiums up there. Trey Gowdy, your thoughts on this day, the interview, the moment?
Yeah, Brett, I can tell you that what the president just told you on worldwide television is exactly what he says at a breakfast table a week ago. He is tired of the killing. That is a genuine, deeply held conviction that he has. He thinks war is awful. It is sometimes necessary, but the body count, he never fails to mention the carnage of this war. So I think there's no chance there's not a ceasefire coming out of this, or at a minimum an agreement for a second meeting, or you wouldn't see two podiums, because Donald Trump doesn't want to talk about land swaps. He doesn't want to talk about the 20,000 children that the Russians took. He wants a ceasefire first. And if that condition precedent's not met, then I can tell you India, Brazil, and China better be on the lookout, because secondary sanctions are coming.
Okay, we're just getting Russian wires saying that the Russians are characterizing the meetings as going, quote, very well. So we will hear from the leaders themselves. General Keane, we are not hearing, as mentioned, from the Ukrainian leader, Volodymyr Zelensky. I did go to the front lines to interview President Zelensky about the war as he was trying to get Congress to stay engaged. He was also sending a message to Putin. In that interview, here's just a piece of it.
And Trump, he said that I want to be in the middle, otherwise I will not put these...
I don't care what the little guy says right now. Don't care. Actually, I have some bit of breaking news for you. This could be huge, absolutely huge. Special prosecutor Eagle Ed Martin checks out Tish James mortgage fraud property in Brooklyn after being appointed the Department of Justice Special Attorney. OMG, he went to her property. The special prosecutor went to Letitia James, Big Letty's property to inspect it for himself. She's cooked. She is absolutely cooked. I can't wait. Man, this is just, it is Friday, right? It's Friday at 7 o'clock, 6:30. Stuff just keeps happening. Trump has no boundaries of time. He doesn't care. He's just going to keep breaking news. And I'm sure as he's flying home, he's probably going to have some sort of a presser on Air Force One. But wow, things are going crazy on a Friday night. So I hope you had your dinner. This thing could probably go for another hour and a half. Depending. No, they probably won't be that long. But they will be going over this stuff. So they're saying 5 minutes or so. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at about a 5-minute warning here. Let's listen to the general.
Calls they had would be an important ingredient, and there was value in it. And it certainly wasn't worth losing everything over that. And he certainly deferred all the substance of what would entail security guarantees and the steps toward an end of war agreement, which is very complicated given all the issues, that Zelensky would have to be front and center with Putin for all of that. So that is likely something that has been worked out at this meeting if we're actually going to go to other meetings with Putin. And I'm making an assumption here that I don't know for a fact that Putin has certainly agreed to that. And hopefully that is the case. But the president has been very clear from the beginning. I am not negotiating on behalf of Ukraine. They have to do that for themselves. And that is exactly the right statement to make to Putin as well. So, yeah, that's where we should be with President Zelensky. And he'll get into this if there's really some positive outcome here.
Yeah, and, one of the things the president told me on Air Force One was part of the complication. Remember, in the campaign, he said, listen, I think I can solve this in 24 hours. And I confronted him about that in the interview. And he said it's complex, and he thought this was going to be fairly easy as far as the list of things and wars that he has helped bring an end to or a peace to. But he said the two leaders really hate each other, and that is physical. And back to the front lines, when I interviewed Volodymyr Zelensky, he talked about that, and maybe that there should be regime change in Russia. Take a listen.
When you think about Putin, you say you want to defeat him militarily. Do you think there's ever any chance of a regime change in Russia?
Y'all really care what he has to say? No. This dude is the biggest deep state puppet. He's going to do whatever they tell him to do. If they tell him to dance and bark like a seal, he's going to do it. This guy's not in control of Ukraine. Somebody else is running the show over there. And everything about him, even this set where they're talking to him, just looks like an act. Doesn't look real. I'm getting all kinds of things. Yeah, this is history as we're seeing it right now. SV just texted me. He says, somewhere in D.C., State Department staffers just fainted into their soy lattes. 2 world leaders about to speak directly. No anonymous sources, no cable news filters, just raw diplomacy on live television. Yeah, I think you nailed it there. You nailed it there, SV. All right, so we're just waiting for them to come out. Should be imminent from everything everybody has said. So let's just continue here and listen to this senator who's talking at this point, as we're still waiting for them to come out to the podium.
Like this are risky for an administration. And as the president said, this isn't his war, but he's taken risks for peace. And I think what was really impressive so far today is they came in with a good game plan. He laid it out in your interview, but they came in here showing strength. Showing this great state of mind, Alaska, but the threat of sanctions was really the strength, our economy, our military, our American energy, which, by the way, the Russians really fear unleashing American energy in Alaska and across the country. And then he said, hey, ceasefire is our threshold issue. Hopefully Putin is serious about that. They're going to evaluate that. And then the next steps would be bringing in Zelensky, bringing in our European allies on the complicated elements of a peace agreement, where the president said, hey, we're not going to lead the negotiations, but we will lead in bringing people together. That's global leadership. That is very impressive.
Interesting, Steve Witkoff's role here, Harold Ford Jr. He's been the Middle East envoy, but he's essentially the envoy of envoys, because he's been talking to Putin numerous times, I think 6 times. And his counterpart on the Russian side, I talked to Witkoff on Air Force One. He said he talked to him about a dozen times yesterday. So they had laid the framework for whatever's going to happen in the next few minutes in this news conference already.
Yeah, did you hear what he just said? It's something many of us surmised, is Trump knew he had a deal before he got on the plane this morning. If they talked 12 times just with Witkoff and the Russian counterpart, and they were he knew what likely was going to happen before he got on the plane this morning. He's been playing poker all day long. All day long. Yeah, I don't know. If I don't get what I want, I'm going to be out of here. I'm not really sure this is what I want to see. No, I think he knew the entire time when he got on the plane and flew all the way across the country. He knew that there was something that was going to happen. It's amazing how the news doesn't pick up on that. Do you really think this guy was going to fly all the way across the country without knowing he had the possibility of actually getting a deal done? Now, I may be jumping the gun here, but this looks like it's going to be something. As of right now, everybody is seated and waited. Seating and waiting, but neither of the men have come out as of yet. I can show you, as you can see right there. Well, Peter Alexander's still talking back to MSNBC. They must be just cutting back and forth for him. But in any event, they're getting ready. They're getting ready at this point, and I guess what we'll see is any minute now, the two of these guys will indeed walk out, which would be great. Listening to Brett a little bit more.
The sky, and this is just weeks after B-2s went to 36 hours from Missouri to drop bombs on an Iranian nuclear facility. I mean, it's pretty heady stuff.
Yeah, I enjoyed every minute of it, to be frank. Everyone, we're a fairly humble country, and we don't pop our chest out too often. But I mean, following on the heels of Lavrov showing up in the hotel with the emblem of the Soviet Union that collapsed on his chest, feeding chicken Kiev to the reporters, on the in-flight to Alaska, obviously sending a clear message. But them all landing and having to see our F-22 interceptors and B-2 bombers, that's some of the best technology that exists in the world. In the case of the B-2 bombers, nobody else has it. I enjoyed it, and it's certainly, if we were posturing with each other, we won that contest for sure.
Somebody said, Barry, I didn't know that. I didn't know until what's really weird? Brett Baer did that interview with President Trump early this morning. He waited until 6:35 to tell everybody, oh yeah, by the way, President Trump just told me on the plane that Steve Witkoff was talking to his counterpart 12 times. You don't talk to somebody for 12 times unless you're going back and forth with a document or some sort of a deal. Otherwise, it's going to piss off. So the fact that they were going back and forth, and obviously either Brett was just letting that out, or they told him, yeah, now you can say it. But it's becoming somewhat obvious that President Trump had some sort of framework, had some sort of idea that he and Putin were going to get something done. And when I saw them buddying, hey, what's up, man? You see the big plane up there? Yeah. That didn't look like somebody who was worried. That looked like two guys who were just jousting and having fun and stuff. I don't know if you guys had seen that, but that was just very interesting. The B-2 bomber and the other planes that were escorting it, and he was flexing. He was flexing right in front of Putin. You ain't got one of those, do you? Nope. So you might not want to see this thing flying over your country anytime soon either then, huh? Yeah. So what in the hell is that lady holding? That big blue thing she's holding. What is that? Is that her microphone? That's huge. It looks like a subway problem. Oh yeah, well, she was testing her microphone. And there's your favorite. There's Caitlin Collins standing there. She wasn't there earlier, but she showed up. So that's when I knew something was about to happen, because if there's news to be broke, she's going to be there. That's for sure. But yeah, I think we're about to see something. SV just texted me something else, and it says this. Hold on, let me pull this up. It says that Vladimir Putin's delegation are now describing the meeting with Trump as excellent, saying it went very well. We might just be witnessing a landmark peace deal coming together. Well, I'd be interested in understanding how the left is going to react. Did he troll them once again? In addition to coming out against peace in Washington, D.C., are they also going to be against peace in the whole world? Is that the next thing that's coming? Are we going to hear all the nuts start saying, well, Zelensky shouldn't agree to it? I would almost bet that's what they start saying. This is a bad deal for Ukraine, and Zelensky shouldn't do it. Trump probably showed Putin a map of his house. Another giveaway might have been Hillary Clinton trying to be nicey-nicey. Yeah, if they cut a deal, we should nominate Trump for the, nominate Trump for the Peace Prize. Interesting. Very interesting. Boy, I'm excited. I'm actually excited about this.
105th generation fighters, F-22s and F-35s in Alaska. There's no place on the planet Earth that has that kind of 5th gen combat fighter power right here. President Putin, when he went to the place where they were negotiated, went by about 25 more F-22s and F-35s. So they saw it, and it's the combination of the military, energy, our economy, and I will say, having that B-2 there after Operation Midnight Hammer, I got briefed by the young lieutenant colonels and majors who did that mission in Iraq.
And bipartisanship in D.C., where you would find any member of Congress or member of the Senate, Democrat or Republican, who would not be supportive, as Senator Sullivan has eloquently said, an end to this effort and this war.
I got it. I was trying to be quiet, and I got too quiet, so I'm not going to turn. I got it, SB. I got it, everybody. But anyway, what I was saying was you can see everybody taking their hit and getting ready to come out. So obviously right about now, and also Robin's yelling at me too. I got it, Rob. Thank you.
It's of Washington, a true bipartisan moment if our anticipation turns out to be correct this evening.
General Keane, as we mentioned, the Trump-Putin meeting lasted about 3 hours. Steve Witkoff, the envoy, Middle East and Russian in this case, has entered the room, we're told. We are getting word that President Trump was on the phone with the Ukrainian leader and European leaders. And he had said he wanted to call Zelensky right after this meeting was done and talk to Europe as well. We expect this joint news conference to happen in just a matter of moments. Minutes, we'll see what exactly that looks like. General Keane, the tough part, the devil will be in the details. If you get to this second meeting, as we expect is going to be announced here, it really will be, who's giving up what. We talk a lot about what Ukraine's giving up, but what is Putin giving up in, the fact that he invaded another sovereign country?
Yeah, certainly. Well, if he accepts the ceasefire, obviously the offensive that he is currently conducting is going to stop. The air bombing that he's doing to break the will of the Ukrainian people in supporting their government is going to stop. And it's going to put on hold what his strategic goal is. It's not going to stop his strategic goal. I'm careful about my words here. And Putin is dead set on taking control of Ukraine and using it from that platform to expand into Eastern Europe. A ceasefire and even an agreement to end the war, I don't believe will change Putin's goals. It will just delay it. And that's how pathological and diabolical he really is. But that is all a good thing, because the other thing that he will lose in this is Ukraine will have to have some security guarantees that the ceasefire is going to hold, and if it doesn't hold, what are the consequences for Russia if they violate the ceasefire, given they violated the Minsk 1 and 2 agreements and ceasefires, and every single ceasefire that he agreed to in Syria, he broke. And so that is the pattern, and there's no reason for us to conclude that pattern will not continue. It likely will continue. So the details here, Brett, are very critical. What are the guarantees for Ukraine if there is a ceasefire for Putin to be deterred from violating that ceasefire? And then, if he does violate, despite those guarantees, what are the consequences? That are some of the key ingredients that President Zelensky will certainly be arguing for if we're going to the next phase. And I take it President Trump would likely support that. He's already said that he is interested in providing security guarantees for Ukraine going forward if there is a ceasefire.
Okay, we're going to take another listen at the goals of this meeting from my interview on Air Force One. Take a listen. Is the goal of this meeting in Alaska to walk away with a ceasefire?
So when you talk about deals, it's all I do. My whole life I do deals. You never know. You don't like to have too many expectations. I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. Now, I say this, and I've said it from the beginning, this is really setting the table today. We're going to have another meeting if things work out, which will be very soon. Or we're not going to have any more meetings at all, maybe ever.
Yeah, maybe ever, Trey Gowdy. And that was sort of a warning on his way in.
So if he knew he was going to walk away if he didn't get what he wanted, and the fact that he is about to come out and get on stage, I see Dmitry, what's his name? Dmitry Medvedev, or whatever how you say his name. He just walked out. Steve Witkoff walked out. It looks like people are coming in now, filing in. There's Susie Wiles, so the big guy, big boss is about to come walking out. I made a mistake by calling him big guy. That's Biden. So all the heavy hitters are now coming in. There's Scott Bessent. Let me see who else I recognize. Mr. Chung. Everybody's filing in. There's Howard Lutnick. There's Caroline Leavitt. So it's on. Here we go. Imminently, we shall see President Trump and President Putin walk out as everyone is now taking their seats. Whew. Hold on to your seats here. This might be some big winning happening here as all the heavy hitters just walked out to get their places, and let's see what happens. When are they walking out? Not sure who that was. I haven't seen Marco Rubio come out yet. Been looking for Marco Rubio. Been looking for. I guess J.D. Vance did not go. This is going to be quite the lively. There's Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff right together. And so I think that's it. I think the only two people we're waiting to come out now are going to be Putin and Trump. Let's see what happens. As once we saw Rubio and Witkoff take their seats, I think that's just about it. So we are right at the cusp of something ready to happen. And I see smiles. And that's usually a good thing as well. So Trump dancing? We're going to be some Trump dancing soon? Who knows? We shall see. We shall see if we see Trump dancing. All right. So J.D. Vance did not attend. Somebody says. Let's see what comes next. Even Fox is tuned into the full screen, so we're looking to see the next thing. Nobody else is coming out yet. Let's see. I'm going to go to full screen so I can check myself in terms of what's going on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States of America and the President of the Russian Federation.
Here we go.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We have very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the...
Так здесь и по сей день сохраняется огромное культурное наследие эпохи Русской Америки. Православные храмы, множество, более 700 географических названий, имеющих русское происхождение. В ходе Второй мировой войны именно на Аляске начиналась легендарная авиамагистраль для поставок боевых самолетов и другой техники по договору Ленд-Лиза. Это был опасный, сложный маршрут над громадными ледяными пространствами, но летчики и специалисты 2 стран делали все, чтобы приблизить поставок боевых самолетов и другой техники по договору Ленд-Лиза. Это был опасный, сложный маршрут над громадными ледяными пространствами.
emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are 2 flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots are buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later, we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And Special Envoy of the President, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict, and we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. Will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible. And our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there is a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope we'll succeed in that. In political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump is saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good, business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Ratcliffe. Thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, no deal as of yet. Looks like they may be close. He said, obviously, as you heard, a couple things are close, one not so close, but who knows what exactly were the close ones and what were the not close ones. So we should find that out pretty quick. So y'all can please be quiet. I hate this press, man. They just sit there and scream and scream and scream on the other monitor when I have it up. So anyway, that was kind of anticlimactic, but who knows what it is that they're getting ready to do. It wasn't going to get done today anyway, because you still need Zelensky. But for I guess the breadcrumbs we can look at from here is that he's going to contact Ukraine, Zelensky, and he's going to contact the people in the EU. So, and the other thing that was positive is we should be meeting very soon. So let's see what they end up putting together and see if they can come up with a deal probably within the next week or so. Because now you know what Russia knows. Now President Trump absolutely knows what Russia wants. They've probably made it pretty clear. He was willing to stay and do that. It wasn't a press conference. It was more of a press statement. Hey, here's the answer to, we'll talk again next week. But nobody seemed to have any animus. Nobody seemed to have any real issues. President Trump was smiling, looked concerned at one point. The guys that were negotiating, everybody came in. Marco Rubio, Steve Witkoff. So something tells me they're getting close. They're going to be getting close, and we can see where things are headed. All right, guys. Long day. Long day. I'm going to jump. Wait a minute. I got to check Super Chats to see if there's any. Well, there's probably new ones since the last time I checked. How am I going to figure out what the last one was? Because the last one, it would probably be. Let me look at doing some homework here while you can listen to Brett Baer. Hold on.
For Sean Hannity's interview of President Trump at 9 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, because hopefully he can shed some more light on what we know. We don't know much from that news conference. We had a lot of soliloquy from Vladimir Putin about
about here in Alaska and that they had an excellent meeting. The Russians on Russian wire service called it exceptional, but didn't provide.
If I'm to look to what he meant by that, all the way there would have been a ceasefire.
I mean, I think they would have led with it. It would have been the thing that they would have led with, that we agree to a ceasefire. We didn't hear it. And I think that could be disappointing, potentially. We'll have to hear from President Trump as far as knowing exactly what that agreement looks like.
And there are...
So in essence, what you're saying is nobody knows what the hell is going on, which should tell you also something very interesting. When Biden was in office, there were leaks everywhere. Everybody knew what the hell was going on. Right now, nobody knows anything. So you're going to hear a lot of conjecture today by people and the guests that they have on television, but they don't know any more than you do. All right, so I found out where I left off, and Darluisa Segala, I want to see Hillary nominate Trump. That would be funny. Tim McMurray, hey, thanks, Tim. In 2025, Anniston, Alabama, violent crime rate of 3,400 per 100,000. One of the most dangerous cities in the United States. Wow, that's a lot. That's a whole lot. Mr. Wise Guy, Arctic bilateral deal between Russia and the U.S. Love to see that announced as well. Tim McMurray again, always armed anywhere I go, even at church. I'd almost say especially at church. Here comes somebody. This is Jackie Heinrich, who's not really a Trump supporter, but she's in the meeting.
In this room was also surprised. We were told that we were going to have an opportunity to put questions to both leaders after a joint press conference in the event that the meeting went well enough that they could set the stage for a second meeting. And the President Trump said if that didn't happen, he was likely to call off the joint presser and just address the media solo and then send Putin home. Neither of those things happened. And what was really stunning to me as someone who's been in a lot of these press conferences is there were a few things that were very unusual. You had Putin come out and address the press first. We are on U.S. soil here, and that left the media scrambling to get their headsets in. Usually it is the leader of the country, the host country of a summit, that speaks first and addresses the room in their language. But Putin started right off in Russian, and we all had to get our headsets on and listen to him rattle off this diatribe about the history of the U.S.-Russia relationship, making some allusions to something that we didn't get many details on, but also, without knowing the full background of it, there was something that he said that was a little bit alarming, I thought, that seems like some of the things that he has done in the past, setting up false flags and that kind of thing, saying that we hope that Ukraine doesn't do anything to sabotage the progress that we made today, knowing full well that Ukraine has agreed to a ceasefire unconditionally for the last several months, and it has been Russia that has not agreed to a ceasefire. That was President Trump's main objective today. And when we did hear from the president, he said, we didn't get there, but we think that we can. So a lot of questions remaining for the President, Trump, not just about what was discussed in that room and what might be happening now, but also how that all happened back there. It was just very unusual, atypical, and I think we're all awaiting, the readout, because the way that it felt in the room was not good. It did not seem like things went well, and it seemed like Putin came in and steamrolled, got right into what he wanted to say.
Why? Why do they do that? They don't know anything more than you. I was giving her a chance to go ahead and give us some actual reporting, not some conjecture, not some narrative. It's really weird. You saw the entire thing. You can take from it what you want to take from it, but yet they're still going to tell you, oh, it wasn't good. It was good. I'm done with these people. Del Hole, none of this would have happened if Biden didn't talk about Ukraine possibly being entered into NATO. Russia always gets invaded from the West. Kind of can't blame him for doing it. Look at from Russia's point of view. Mr. Wise Guy, thank you. We need Russia to stand with America, China last. I'm down with that. Demon of Cybertron, this is going to expose all the people with the Ukrainian flags on their profiles. Yeah, because you're right. You're right. You'll see what happens next week. Rick Williams, just because Cash announced the finding of the burn bags doesn't mean he found them just now. That's exactly what I'm saying. Also, he said before he found them shortly after his swearing in, he's only letting us know of them until recently. Del Hole, what country made Hunter Biden rich? That would be Ukraine. Del Hole, JD shouldn't be there. Worst case scenario thing. There was a show about that. What did they call it? The Soul Survivor or something like that. Del Hole, he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for all the ears stopped. If Trump gets this solved, deserves Mount Rushmore. And he also, deep state keeps us looking at Russia, ignore China. And Tania, Barry, we already knew that, but for Putin to actually say from his mouth that war wouldn't have started if Trump was in office, the left can't argue that. Not anymore, they can't. That's for absolute sure. All right, so those of you guys who have been here for a while, you've been here almost 5 hours. Thank you. It's now 7:16, so get to dinner, do what you need to do, have some fun, get out there and enjoy life and be happy for what you just saw, because it means we're getting closer in my mind. I think we're getting closer. All right, so here comes the after party, and then I will see you sometime tomorrow. Hold on, where is that? I'm looking on my board here, which is so big. Okay, here we go. All right, talk to you guys tomorrow, sometime tomorrow afternoon.